Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for January 10, 2024. First time I've spoken those words, 2024. And it'll be the last time I do here because my duration as a chair will last about another maybe 5 minutes. I don't know, 3 minutes. So let's hasten that along. The Pledge of Allegiance, please join me. Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, will you perform the TV coverage announcement or render it or whatever the proper verb is?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and Happy New Year to everyone. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Shall I move on to the roll call?
Please do.
Right, Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
And Chair Park.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next order of business is the election of the 2024 Planning Commission Chair and Vice Chair. There shouldn't be a lot of suspense about that, but you never know. So, without further ado, who will nominate Vincent Martinez as the Chair of the Planning Commission, if that's enough of a hint for you?
I'm happy to make that nomination.
Okay. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Oops. I'll defer. You'll defer. Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I didn't ask if there are any other nominations, but what the heck, there never are. And how about a nomination for Vice Chair Laura Bridley?
I'll make
Or
that
anyone
motion,
else you want to choose.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have a second?
Commissioner Bridley, definitely. I'll second.
Okay, and all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Well, there you are. You know what chair to sit in, Mr. Martinez?
I guess the center one, huh?
There you go.
All right. Let me make this quick move here. All right. A little musical chairs there.
Thank you.
Well, moving into this agenda, as chair, I see that there's an appointment for the 2024 Planning Commission Secretary and Recording Secretary. I'm gonna admit my novice, being a novice at this, but I take it that goes to the staff, or
I think, Mr. Mr. Chair, that it's in our purview to make the nominations.
okay.
And assuming that Mr. Wilson is still here and isn't hiding in the back, I would nominate him to be the Planning Commission Secretary for the current year.
Okay, so then if we could have a call vote for it, please.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. And so now we're going to have a nomination for the recording secretary.
Yes, I would nominate our current recording secretary, Mr. Villalobos, to continue in that role.
I'll second that.
Great, thank you. And can we have a roll call for that, please?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bridley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Well, congratulations again to your positions. And so moving on in regards to the agenda, we have the agenda status report from the Planning Commission Secretary.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and welcome as Chair and Vice Chair. Looking at the status of the agenda today, we have 3 items on the agenda today. First item is development agreement for Quayside H, and then Long Range Planning will present ordinance amendments regarding to state mandated housing regulations. And then we will conclude the day with the agricultural enterprise ordinance amendments. And staff and the applicants are ready on all those applications for that. I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I can move on to the projection report if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So our next scheduled hearing won't be until January 31st. And that will be, again, here in the Santa Barbara office. There are 2 items agendized for that hearing. One is a capital improvement program, comprehensive plan conformity review, and then another project on that day from the Energy and Minerals Division in regards to Hidden Canyon Test Well Production Plan. So as in February, on February 7th, there are no items projected for that date at this time. And then on Valentine's Day, as we all come here to celebrate Valentine's Day together, there's 2 items projected for that date. Appeal of a water well, and then there is an equestrian facility on that day as well in the Solvang area. On February 14th, we'll once again be in the Santa Barbara hearing room. And then moving down the projection report, our next hearing is on February 28th, again here in Santa Barbara. And the projection report doesn't show it, but there are 2 items projected for that. The Long Range Planning is going to present the 2023 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report, and then the Development Review Division is going to be adding an item to that date, which is the El Capitan Campground project for the Planning Commission's review and consideration. And then for March, we don't have anything projected as of right now for March. That concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have any comments from any members of the board or commissioners? None? Okay. So then let's move on to the next item that we have here, which is the public comment. And this is an opportunity for the public to comment about any issue that is not on the agenda for today. And do we have any public comment?
We do have one hand up. Zach Rissel.
Hi there, can you hear me?
And then Otis Caleb, it looks like too. Is it Gristle?
Why don't we go to Mr. Caleb first, and we can come back to Mr. Rissel.
Okay, and Mr. Caleb?
Morning, Chair. Welcome.
Good morning.
My name is
Otis Califf. I'm chair of CRATAC, the County Riding Hiking Trails Advisory Committee, and I'm also president of the Santa Barbara County Trails Council. As your commission may be aware, the county preliminary recreational master plan identifies trails as the most popular form of recreation in the county. That's based on 7,000 surveys that we've done. I wanted to make your commission aware that Southern California Edison proposes to close the very popular tunnel trail in Santa Barbara for 6 months to perform mitigation work for past impacts that they've had there. The Trails Council and other trail organizations consider this a significant impact, the closure, to public recreation as tens of thousands of trail users will be displaced, and we've been working cooperatively with Edison to craft mitigation measures for this impact. However, we've not come to an agreement yet. California Department of Fish and Wildlife is the lead agency for the CEQA document, and P&D is the responsible agency issuing the land use permit. On Monday, last Monday, CRATAC approved a letter to County P&D and Parks requesting their assistance in obtaining reasonable mitigation from Edison for the impacts of the trail closure. Your commission will be copied. We wanted to make your commission aware of this. Trails are an extremely important resource in the community, and this issue could come before you if the county land use permit is appealed to your commission for lack of the inclusion of reasonable mitigations. This proposed closure is of deep concern to the entire trails community and comes on top of a proposed one-year closure of the Hot Springs Trail in Montecito and ongoing closures because of weather damage to the Romero Canyon, San Isidro, Franklin, Barone Ranch trails. They've all been seriously damaged, limiting public access. You know, I've been working on trails for decades, promoting them, and something that we've been just fighting continually is that people have always taken trails just for granted. They're there, somebody takes care of them. I remember 25 years ago, the city of Santa Barbara wasn't even aware that they had trails. You know, they have the easements for the water and up the canyons, and they own trails, and they didn't even know it. And so I'd just like to emphasize that trails are a significant part of our recreational infrastructure. They're actually a really important investment, and we want them to be taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caleb.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question
Sure.
of Mr. Caleb? I just wanted to comment that you have been very helpful to this commission, appearing on all sorts of matters, whether they're projects or behind the scenes, what's going on. I certainly wasn't aware of the potential closure of the tunnel trail, but I live close to the Romero Trail, and I haven't seen 5 minutes of work being done on that trail to open it again. It's very popular, and it really does seem to me that CRATAC needs to speak out on behalf of all trail users, and your time in doing so is very much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. One of the mitigations that we're discussing with SCE is that they will expedite restoring the roads, their the fire roads or their access roads, which would be Romero. And Montecito Trails is real interested in that because then that will give them access to repair the trail. So we're working on it.
That's a good sign. Thank you.
I have a question about Mr. Caleb's comments as well. This matter was before the Planning Commission, the matter that he's referring to sometime last year, and I can't remember when. It got delayed for some reason. I can't remember why. But I assume it'll come before us again. Do you know, Secretary Wilson?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, I don't have a time frame on that. I'm getting signals that we're still looking at that.
Okay, but it is likely to come before us, correct, Mr. Seward?
Good morning, commissioners. Okay. It's 2024. I got to get my brain on.
I know.
It's an LUP, but there is an MND, so it would have to be appealed to come to the commission.
Got it.
The MND is being finalized. We've been working very, very closely, and they are adding things right now to be responsive to the Trails Council. and that's adding to the delay before we can finish the project.
Well, I'm going to raise this with Mr. Califf, and that is that I recall that last year, whenever it was that the matter was before us, and I don't know in what procedural stage it was that it was before us then, and maybe won't be this time. I don't know. Um, it was hard to arrange site visits because when we get an agenda on a Thursday and go make site visits, we kind of have to scramble to arrange it. But it's a lot harder when the site visit is 3 or 4 miles up a trail, which I'm glad to do, but I kind of have helpers to do that kind of thing. So I'd like to know way ahead of time of where this is, not literally where the site is, but where it is procedurally. So I have plenty of time to make some kind of a site visit and do something useful and intelligent before it all happens. Thanks.
Oh my God, there it is. Thank you. And do we still have that other person that was interested in doing public comment?
Mr. Rissel, are you still there? If you could, I could hear you last time, but just barely. If you could just make sure to move close to your mic.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Just barely.
Oh, how's this? Is this better?
Much better.
That's better. And
Okay.
is it Russell
My
or Russell?
apologies. It's Russell, and my apologies. I was hoping to speak on the agricultural enterprise ordinance.
Okay. Okay. So then I take it you will not do the public comment, but reserve your time for that when we get to that issue on our agenda then.
Yes, please.
Okay. No other public comment, I take it?
No more requests to speak at this time.
Okay. So then, why don't we move on to the next item in our agenda, which is Planning Commissioner's informational reports. And let me know if any of you have any informational reports from any of the commissioners here today.
I do.
All right.
It's interesting what Mr. Califf brought up about the Romero Canyon Trail. I can remember as a high school student driving up it in a 53 Ford pickup. Things have changed a lot since then, Mr. Cooney. And during the last week, I spent a few days out in New Cuyama. I grew up in this county, so I'm kind of proud of being connected to every district and this and that. Spent several days out horseback riding, exploring some cow trails for a group ride I'm going to put on at the end of April. And it reminded me something about our Ag Enterprise Ordinance. One, you go to New Cuyama, you kind of run into everybody. And they're all excited about the Ag Enterprise Ordinance and the other things we're doing. They all want to participate in grow ag tourism in that area. It's something to do besides oil and carrots. I wound up riding with an old cowboy, and old means older than me, 5 or 6 years older, and he works for a ranch owner who's 90, and that ranch owner's family has had their ranch since literally the 1850s. One of their members was the last person to hunt a grizzly bear in this area. And this cowboy is renowned nationally as a cowboy poet. And you kind of have to get involved in things like this to understand the Western culture that we have here in Santa Barbara County, and I'm proud to have here among our other cultures. And I think it's something for us to all think about when we're looking at the Ag Enterprise Ordinance or any of these other ag tourism ventures, that there's more to it than buffers and details and all that. It's about what are we trying to preserve and how do we go about doing this. And if this is a tool that can possibly help preserve this historic culture we have in Santa Barbara, it should be a high priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. And any other comments? All right. So seeing none, then let's move on to the confirmation for the minutes of December 6th and 13. Do we have any comments from the commissioners or motions?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve both sets of minutes. It did not find any corrections.
Okay.
I'll
And-
second that.
Okay, so we have a first, a move and a second, and if we have a roll call to approve those minutes, please?
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
and Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So now we'll move on to the director's report.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Chair.
Morning.
Welcome to your new role.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, everybody. Well, I guess I will move to it. I have a few things I wanted to mention to the commission this morning. Good news. I think maybe at our last commission meeting, I may have talked, or maybe it was at the Montecito Planning Commission one. I talked a little bit about the new solar app that the county has. It's on our website, and essentially what it does is replaces our review of rooftop solar applications with an app, and solar providers who are installing go in, they fill out the application online, and it's automatically approved if they answer all the questions correctly and they provide all the correct information. And all the county does is inspections. So we have probably over 500 applications a year, and this is going to really streamline the process. So far, I think we have 110 since November applications in the system, and we've done, I think, 46 or 47 inspections. So, and we have inspections that happen within 24 hours. Occasionally, it'll be a second day inspection, but mostly we hit it within 24 hours, we respond. So it's really an exciting change in our process, and will relieve our plans examiners from that workload of reviewing those rooftop solar applications. So we're really excited about it, and so far it's been a great success. So I wanted to share that information. I also wanted to share that Strauss Wind is actually up and running. It became operational at the end of December, and so now it's delivering power to the state grid. Just as a reminder, I know you've heard the project. Most of you have heard the project. It has 29 wind turbines. They're up to 492 feet tall on nearly 3,000 acres, and it's capable of producing 98 megawatts, which is the equivalent of powering approximately 40,000 homes. So I think that's a pretty significant step in this county, and there were moments where we weren't sure that we were going to be able to make this project happen, but everybody pulled together, including the state and federal agencies, to get it up and running. So I think that's really an exciting thing. I also wanted to remind everybody that we do have, planning development has the role of being what the board coined the ombudsman, and in this case it's an ombudswoman, Petra Leva, that is helping people who have damage along creeks as a result of the storms. So I know we had some significant rain in December. So if people are interested, or people contact you, if you go to Planning and Development's website, on our quick links, which is on the left-hand side, there's a link that says winter storm damage. And somebody can go into there and get information on it. But essentially, Petra is going to be working as as somebody who can interface between our permitting process, the state's permitting process, and try and get everybody on the same page, because we know that landowners have had challenges when they have damage along creeks. They come in and they've got, what, do I need to talk to the federal government? Do I need to talk to Fish and Wildlife at the state level and the county? And it's been a little bit of I think, a lot of red tape, and can be kind of overwhelming for somebody who's trying to repair something on their property. So we have already held meetings with the agencies to bring everybody into the fold on the concept of working together to help people facilitate restoration or securing areas along their property. And then, any questions on any of those items? I'm going to move on to something else. Yep. Okay. I wanted to share with the Planning Commission that the board had a hearing yesterday, and we, it was a CEO item, but I was involved in it, and it was about a discussion on the board's criteria that they want to use when assessing which properties to rezone as part of the housing element. We have identified more properties than are needed to rezone. That number has been reduced somewhat. I mean, the options have been reduced somewhat because we've seen builder's remedy applications come in, but the board wanted to express to the development community what they think is important in projects when they're going to be assessing which sites to rezone. So a couple of things came out of this discussion. One, the board identified things that they think are important, and those things included local preference, partnering with nonprofits to do your very low and low, partnering with local businesses to either do master leases or to have them take ownership of some of the units, provision of moderate units within a project, exceeding the bare minimum of the affordable housing, and then recreational opportunities, whether they're private or public, but there is some emphasis on hopefully that there would be some public recreational amenities that would come out of it. So those were the main criteria that came out of the discussion. Then the board decided to accept a recommendation from the League of Women Voters, which I think is an interesting idea, and that is to have a hearing where the developers bring forward their projects and they get a set amount of time to present what they've integrated into their project and what aspects of this criteria their project meets. So that is going to be a hearing. We haven't figured out when that timing will occur, but essentially it has to occur before the rezone selection process because they want to understand what each of these projects includes. And we're working on what kind of format that would be. Maybe it would be a workshop format or something like that. But the point of it is that there will be a public airing of what these development projects include in them. And so I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
I have some.
Me too.
Go ahead. Or, Mr. Chair, you tell us.
Commissioner Park?
Yes, I have 3 questions. That public airing, would that occur before the public airing of the projects, which I think is a fine idea?
Yeah.
Would that occur before the Planning Commission takes up the rezones?
I think that's the ideal scenario.
I do too.
Yeah.
One criteria I didn't hear you mention, but that just may be me, was there any discussion of transportation as criteria? You know, sitting on a transportation corridor and things like that.
Thank you, Commissioner Park, through the chair. They did talk about, and this was something we did discuss because a member of the public commented on it, like saying, I didn't hear any criteria related to good planning practice.
Yeah.
And yes, that is a factor. In fact, Supervisor Nelson mentioned it, wanting them to be in areas that are urbanized along transit corridors, that kind of thing. When we bring all of the sites forward for both the Planning Commission and the board to consider, we're going to have the information on the location and access to commercial services, access to schools, access to water and sewer, and along transit corridors. So all that data will be part of the package when all the decision makers are reviewing which sites to select, because those are important.
So my last question, I'm going to turn into a request for more information. You know, I think I've kind of had my head in the housing element for quite some time last year, and there's still a lot of things I really don't understand about the process. And I don't think I'm alone in the world in that regard. One thing I'm not quite getting is how those projects that are already in the pipeline, that aren't the big massive rezone projects, okay, how do they plug into meeting our RINA numbers? Because you know, the attention is all on the giant rezone projects, many of which are 1,000 housing units. I think there's at least 2 or maybe 3 in District 2 that are that size, and there's others. And you know, one way of mitigating concern over these large projects is looking at the smaller ones that are already in the pipeline or are out there. And I'm just wondering, is there a way we could have some sort of a heads up on that stuff, and that particular question, well before we get to the rezone hearings at this level, just because it helps us think about it, especially with the balancing tool that you've mentioned several times. I want to get into that and play with that, but I want to understand what kind of numbers I'm trying to meet. I
Sure.
hope that question made some sense.
Yeah, sure, Commissioner Park through the chair. So when you're in the balancing tool, all those potential projects that have filed an application, they're already factored into that. And actually, if you walk through the tool, and I'm happy to work with any of you to walk you through the tool, you will see the different categories, and it will explain to you what numbers are being provided by those projects. So we do get to count the units from all of those pending projects, and they're built in already into that balancing act tool. And they're on the map, so you'll be able to see them on the map. You don't get to select or deselect them because they're already in the process and in the queue. But they're there and they're built into the numbers. So we are taking credit for them. Yeah. So I'm happy to walk anybody through the tool because I think it's really a neat tool, and I think it's very helpful for people to understand what we have in terms of pending projects and what we have in terms of rezone and what we have in terms of county-owned sites.
Commissioner Biley?
Thank you. I heard through the grapevine that for the builder's remedy cases that are pending in anticipation of these rezone actions or the housing element fulfillment, that there was some decision made by planning and development to either not include them in the programmatic EIR or there was something about whether they want to stay as a builder's remedy track versus any other track. And I'm honestly confused about it because I'm not sure what the other track is. But does that sound like something that came out of maybe releasing the programmatic EIR?
So, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, all projects that have been submitted are included either as a pending project or they're listed as a rezone site, right? And many of the builder's remedy projects that have come in recently were looked at as rezone sites because we had to draw the line where our project description was at the time when they started the EIR. So they've all been included in the analysis, in the programmatic analysis of the document. There's a question about whether or not some applicants will stay the course with a builder's remedy application. We have heard some developers say, well, we'd rather be rezoned as part of the housing element and not have builder's remedy application in the process. So and in fact, Supervisor Nelson discussed that yesterday, and he said to the world that I'm going to encourage people who have builder's remedy applications in the system to come back into the fold and be part of the rezone process. So it is a decision that each applicant has to make as to whether or not they want to pursue that. But one of the benefits of being part of the rezone process, if you're a property that is zoned 20 units per acre or more and you're providing at least 20% low income, those projects, because by state law, are ministerial.
Say that again. The rezone projects, because they're covered under the programmatic EIR, are going to be considered ministerial.
And that's required by state law. So any property we rezone with 20 units per acre or more that can produce at least 16 units and 20% of the units are low income, it's a by right project.
That's significant.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first time that I've actually heard that. So that means that the Planning Commission won't have a chance to look at these rezone cases for action.
That is correct.
That is
That's a program in our housing element. And it's required by state law for us to have that.
Well, but is that any different than the builder's remedy? Because that's by
The
right
buil-
too, right?
No, builder's remedy is not by right. Builder's remedy, you have to go through the same permit process any development application would go through. So they have to get a development plan, and they may have to do supplemental CEQA. They don't get out of CEQA. So it's a more arduous route to be a builder's remedy project in this environment.
And that's another big advantage is sticking with the rezone path, because then you've got your programmatic EIR already covering your CEQA.
Yep.
So that means of these cases that stay as a rezone application in the second district, they could have no public hearing at all, no architectural review, no planning commission review, and just be codified, if you will, through the adoption of the housing element and the certification of the EIR.
So, there's still review because we can apply objective standards to them.
But that's a staff function, right?
That is a staff function, and we have our objective design standards that were developed. And so any multifamily housing project in the inland area and now in Montecito and then soon to be in the coastal zone, because we just adopted the objective design standards countywide, none of those projects, multifamily or mixed-use projects, require BAR. They have to be consistent with those standards.
Okay. To me, that relieves us from probably 24 hours worth of hearings this spring. I mean, honestly, it's the first time that I understood that, Dr. Plowman. So it is what it is. You know, the Planning Commission has less and less involvement in these things, I feel. And that's just the way the law works. So thank you for clarifying that. Can you remind us when the close of public comment is for the programmatic EIR? I know it came out and I did take a peek at it. I'm starting it with popcorn.
Let me tell you here. I think it's in February. And we do have 2 hearings on that. So, to accept comments on the adequacy of the document. And let's see here. The first hearing is on January 17th, and that's here in North County at the Foster Road office, because we don't have access to the hearing room. And then on January 23rd, it will be in this hearing room, and both of those hearings are at 5:30 p.m. And then comments are due by February 9th at 5 p.m. We did add some extra days because of the holidays to give people
Right.
some additional time to review the document.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I have a follow-up question. Well, Commissioner
Yes.
Cooney's got his light on.
Yes, Commissioner Cooney?
I think my question was answered in the course of answering Commissioner Bridley's. The sooner we understand our role, limited as it is, I think the smoother it'll go, and the public's review will happen as well. So when you come to our meetings, as you do every time, I think we'd just like to update that information and, give us an idea of not just the EIR, but the projects themselves, where they are, how many are moving, that kind of thing. And we can help alert our constituencies. Thank you.
Okay, before Commissioner Park, Commissioner Reed, do you have anything to add?
I just had one question. Are those public comments sessions going to be recorded so we could see them later?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, we will have an opportunity to record them because we're making them Zoom and in-person meetings so that people from around the county don't have to drive to come in. They can participate
Oh,
via
good. Yeah, because I would like to very much attend the January 17th, but I will not be able to. So I appreciate the fact it'll be recorded.
Sure.
Thank you. And Commissioner Park?
Yeah, first I'll start with a question. Mr. Pettit, I'm inclined to attend those meetings if possible, the EIR comment meetings. Do we have Brown Act issues there? I mean, if Commissioner Bridley and I go and then Mr. Reed listens on, do we have a problem?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I can look up the exact language. There is a Brown Act exemption for members of a public body to attend other public hearings, so long as the participation is just as part of that hearing. If you give me just a second, I can give you the exact language, but there is an exemption. It wouldn't allow for commissioners to communicate separately, but to participate through that meeting, there is an exemption for that.
Well, I don't need the answer in a second, but if you can give it to us sometime, that'd be useful. I think the moral of the story with regard to the answers to Commissioner Briley's questions is this means that our participation on the rezones themselves is going to be crucial. That's where the action's going to be, and we'll need to be really prepared for that. When are those hearings likely to hit us?
I'm sorry.
So the
Commissioner
question is,
Parkin.
when, given that the real action here from the Planning Commission won't be on looking at individual projects once they're going through whatever review process they go through, but in the rezone process, picking and choosing, and that'll take a lot of work, I think, by us, which we'll want to do more than a day or two ahead of time. So I'd like to have some idea of when those rezone hearings will hit us.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, we're looking at the end of March to start that.
Okay, and then this goes back to the airing presentation by the developers, and I'm going to ask a question that the developers have asked me often, kind of rhetorically, and that is, okay, if developer A says I'm going to come and I'm going to provide this and this, and that, and developer B says, oh, I'm not inclined to do that. Is there some kind of enforcement mechanism? I mean, if somebody says, I'm going to provide you this park and that thing and so on and so forth, and then they get their rezone and they say, well, whatever.
Yeah. Commissioner Park, through the chair, there is limited ability to enforce on that.
Wow. That's what I thought.
I mean, the county could enter into development agreements, but if the applicant pulls that project and there's a new developer that comes in at a later time, then that agreement would not persist. So, yeah, there's a limit to what we can mandate without putting it in a code.
Well, I think that tells us is that we need to have really open lines of communication with these developers and see what we really believe and what the track record is and the likelihood and all those things. So this is a great session today. Thank you.
Sure.
Chair Martinez, I don't want to leave this topic because now I'm really confused. What I thought I heard Director Plowman say is for the rezone cases that are covered in the programmatic AR, there's not a discretionary function for the Planning Commission or Architectural Boards of Review. And then I'm understanding.
Well, Commissioner Bradley, the commission has discretion to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors about which sites to rezone.
Okay.
That's the role that the commission will play. And then the board will make the final decision on which projects are rezoned. And the sites that are rezoned to meet our RENA allocation have a program built into the housing element that allows them to be used by right projects that are measured against objective design standards and objective standards in our code.
Okay. So it's really just a menu selection of the cases, not the quality or the details of the rezone application, as we have typically seen in a rezone or development plan amendment or general. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
That's correct. And I'm sure council's about to say we need to wind that up, but I do have a couple of other things I want to announce about future board items. The Music Academy appeal, their revision to their permit, that's going on February 6th to the Board of Supervisors. Oh. It turns out that is not going on the 6th. And actually, I did know that there was a potential for that. Thank you for reminding me. So now it's going to go in March. It's going to go in March. And then the housing bill ordinance amendment package will be in February at the board. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you for that informative report. And
Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
yes,
If I may, if I could just follow up with Commissioner Park
yes.
and commissioners. I just wanted to confirm, I'll follow up in writing with all the commissioners with some recommendations on attendance at the EIR meeting.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit.
Thank you. And I kind of feel like the seat just got a little hotter with all that rezone talk. but well, anyways, let's move on to the standard agenda. Let's accomplish something here in regards to our standard agenda matter. And Mr. Villalobos.
The following is a hearing on the request of Affordable Housing Land Consultants LLC to consider recommending approval to the board of case number 23 ORD4, recommending that the board determine that the 99-unit multifamily residential development project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resource Code Section 21159.23 and CEQA Guidelines Section 15194.
Okay, and we're going to have staff report on that one. I'd just like to recognize then for the record that Mr. Wilson, Secretary Wilson, has stepped out to avoid any conflict in regards to this matter, and the director will be serving in his place, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to your new position. Members of the Commission, I'm Shannon Reese, and I am here today to present a development agreement to enable a future 99-unit affordable housing project on Key Site H in the Orchid Community Planning Area. Get the PowerPoint up there.
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
Before the staff begins, I'm learning, but thank you for counsel in regards to this thing, and that's why they're called counselors. Is that before we begin this item for the agenda, or staff begins their presentation, I'd ask the commissioners if there's any ex parte disclosures that they'd like to do regarding this agenda item. Commissioner Biley?
Yes, I had a Zoom call with Matt Ramos and his associate with the applicant's team, Jean Broussard, on January 5th regarding the project, and they helped walk me through the site plan on screen and explain their work with the neighbors to date.
Okay, thank you for that. And any other ex parte communications would like to be disclosed? Commissioner Reed?
Yes, I had a discussion over the project, just kind of on its historical development from a longtime resident of the area and former HOA member. I also had a team call with the applicants last Friday.
Okay. And anyone else? Well, it looks like I've fulfilled that part of this, my role here. And yes, let's move on to the staff presentation. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem, thank you. So this is a development agreement to enable a future 99-unit project, affordable housing project on this key site. And the project site is located at the eastern end of Foster Road near Highway 101. And I will just grab a laser pointer real quick. So it's in proximity to St. Joseph's High School here, the Knollwood Terrace condos here, and the Knollwood Meadows apartments here, as well as the Edgewood single-family dwellings here. This slide shows the zoning in the immediate area of the project. The subject property is zoned residentially for 8 units per acre, with residential zoning for 12.3 units per acre to the west and north, those condos and apartments, as well as 4.6 units per acre to the south, those Edgewood single-family dwellings. And because the development agreement specifies a 100% affordable housing project, that project is eligible for an 80% state density bonus. And the applicant has also requested an additional 37-unit density bonus from the county as a part of the development agreement. And that's permitted, and the commission can approve that, or rather the board can approve that, because the LUDC allows the county to grant a density bonus greater than what the state requires when an applicant exceeds the provisions of state law. So in this case, the developer has exceeded the level of affordability that's required by the state for that 80% bonus. And that's discussed at length in section 6.3 of the staff report. And to provide some historical background on the history of this key site, in the early 1980s, a single-family dwelling and a 100-student school were approved on site. And back in 2005, the frontage road that's along the eastern boundary of the site was abandoned by the county. And as a result, the site increased to 4.15 acres. That was done through a lot line adjustment. And that's also when the county's 25-foot wide trail easement was secured. More recently, the applicant applied in 2021 for a 100% affordable housing project pursuant to the provisions of Senate Bill 35. And that's a bill that allows qualified multifamily infill projects to go through a simplified and streamlined ministerial process in jurisdictions that have not met their housing production goals, also known as their RHNA numbers, for above moderate, low, and very low income categories. And that's the case for the county. So as a result of that application, the county did approve a 61-unit, 100% affordable project on the site, with the school and the single-family dwelling remaining in place. And before you today is the development agreement that's the result of negotiations between the applicant team and planning and development for an alternative project with improved neighborhood compatibility. I'm going to just take a moment here because we don't get them very often, but to explain what a development agreement is. I think the last one you saw would have been in 2015. So it's essentially a contract entered into voluntarily by the developer and the county to establish the allowed land uses and other negotiated terms for future development on a site. And the proposed development agreement requires certain provisions for that future 99-unit of 100% affordable project on this key site. Today, you're only seeing the DA. I'll talk a little bit about future process later, but it's not for the actual development entitlements at this time. As for the provisions of the development agreement, firstly, the number of units. So the DA is establishing that 37-unit county density bonus with state density bonus, allowing the applicant to build up to 99 units on site, with 2 of those units being for live-in managers. And I want to just note briefly here that although the number of units on site is increasing as compared to the 61-unit project that's already approved, there is a net reduction in the trips generated because the school would be demolished as a part of this project. That's detailed in the trip generation memo that's attached to the staff report. There are also aesthetic provisions limiting the development along Foster Road to 2 stories. Instead of just 1 structure, the units will be divided between 4 structures. There's a setback that wouldn't be required by our development code, but to keep the proposed structures further away from the homes along Hilltop Road, which is the condos to the west. As a result of this development agreement, the developer would also construct and maintain the on-site trail segment, which is part of the Woodmere Trail, that connects all the way to Key Site 3, where it eventually syncs up to the Orchid Creek Trail. And that would be within the existing easement. There are also some parking provisions to allow some compact spaces on site to increase the parking capacity. And there's also a provision to not allow parking spaces in that front setback along Foster Road, just to increase the residential feel of the project. And lastly, the project does include provisions to leave an existing power pole in the rear of the property as long as the development is not within 10 feet of it. And it allows for the potential of the developer to not have to build a sound wall along Highway 101, provided that they can document through a noise study that wouldn't conflict with any noise element policies. To give some visual representation of the anticipated development, this is up above is the southern elevation. That's the view from Foster Road. And those are the two-story structures discussed previously. And then you also have a view of the eastern elevation from the Highway 101 side. I should note here, these are essentially L-shaped buildings. So, you know, on the right-hand side, there's a change in relief. They're set back pretty far. It's just a little difficult to tell in the elevation view. And then we have some renderings. So the bottom row is showing the view from Foster Road and the frontage road as you enter the property. Top left is as you turn into the parking area and the first three-story building comes into view. We have some aerial views from the 101 as well as the condo side. And then the common area between the two three-story structures. And there are, these are docketed in your packet as well. I'm sorry that they're not larger here. I mentioned the 61 unit project that's approved on site already. I wanted to give a visual comparison to the commissioners. So, you know, this is on the top is the two-story proposal along Foster Road. This is approximately the same scale, but of the approved project. So it's a lot more massive. And that approved project was an L-shaped structure extending along Foster, and then the eastern end projected back. So instead, you now have two smaller three-story structures that are placed further back on the lot as compared to that single structure before. But there's been a pretty significant change in the design as well as the site design features that we discussed. And to touch upon next steps, at this hearing, or you know, the PC will make a recommendation on the development agreement, and that recommendation is automatically forwarded to the board for final action. So that recommendation is not appealable to the board because it's already going to the board. And if the development agreement is ultimately approved and adopted by the board, the developer has agreed to not develop the 61 unit project as long as the county is in compliance with the agreement terms and it is processing the subsequent applications. So if this occurs, that the developer will apply for a development plan in compliance with the agreement. And if that DVP is approved by the commission, then they'll submit a zoning clearance to effectuate that entitlement as well as building permit applications, including a demolition permit for the dwelling and the school. And the alternative is if the DA is ultimately denied by the board, the applicant can apply for building permits for the approved 61 unit project and proceed with construction once approved. And the school with up to 100 students would continue to operate. We talked about this in the staff report, but the DA, what it does is set forth the terms and requirements for subsequent county approval of the project that's defined. So the staff report for the development agreement is focused on analyzing consistency with those provisions, whereas the future development plan staff report will include a more thorough analysis of the nitty-gritty, like the project details. But what we can say at this point is the development agreement provisions are consistent with applicable regulations, including the policies and development standards in the comp plan, including the Orchid Community Plan and the LUDC. As far as environmental review goes, staff prepared a notice of exemption that analyzes The 99-unit multifamily residential project as described in the development agreement, including the example project that implements those provisions. And the project is exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15194, the affordable housing exemption, as well as Public Resource Code section 21159.23, low-income housing. So based upon the development agreement's consistency with all applicable regulations, policies, and development standards, and the ability to make the required findings, including CEQA findings, staff recommends that your commission follow the procedures that are outlined in this slide and recommend that the board approve and adopt the agreement. There's a minor edit to the second recommendation that was brought to my attention by Commissioner Bridley, so thank you. But there are a few places in the staff report where the notice of exemption is referenced as attachment C. It should in fact be attachment B. So that's corrected here in the slide, and we'll correct it in the action letter as well. And that completes staff's presentation. We're available for questions. We also have the applicant team, Mr. Ramos and Mr. Broussard, available for questions, and Will Robertson from Public Works Transportation Division online.
Commissioners, anyone have questions for staff at this time? Mr. Reed?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for a very complete and clear presentation. You know, I think the thing we have to reflect on here, unlike most projects, this isn't a yes or no. There is no project option. This is an either or. We can either, we look at an applicant who has an approved project of some 61 units, a rather institutional looking structure. Reminds me of hospitals I used to call on, that is somewhat out of character with the existing neighborhood. Or, you know, the product of your work together, a larger project that seems more harmonious to the area. I do have some questions, though, that we discussed. If you look at the community input with regard to traffic, speed, and parking, and I know you have looked at them, Public Works has looked at them. I think some of them are outside of our purview as a planning commission and better seated with Public Works Board of Supervisors. But could you elaborate on those two items, the parking and the speed control?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, thanks for that question. The applicant has made a number of efforts to respond to community comments. There were 2 iterations in which they increased the amount of parking on site. And so they're currently at 135 spaces, which is in excess of what the code would require. They also explored some alternative options and worked with Public Works as a part of that effort in regards to traffic along Morning Ridge, and the applicant can speak to that process. However, it wasn't feasible for them to incorporate measures, and it's outside the scope of this project.
This is very weird. Commissioner Reed, if you have specific questions on any of the traffic analysis, Will Robertson, who works for the Public Works Department, can speak toward, he reviews all the traffic studies and clears them, make sure that the data is accurate and stuff like that.
Well, I looked at the trip study, and I'll accept that data because it certainly appears like the newer project with the 99 units would result in essentially no noticeable increase in traffic, whereas the 61 plus the school would increase traffic. My other concern was speed bumps and other issues I think are far more the result of being on a access corridor to Union Valley Parkway and at the conflux of 2 high schools, which are, as you said, beyond the outside of the scope of this project. So thank you.
And the applicant worked very hard to provide not only the required, they're adding more parking spaces, and this is directly in response to working with neighbors, so they put in that effort to add more parking. than is required.
Commissioner Reed, do you have any more questions for Commissioner Reed, or no?
No, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
Could you go back to your slide 7 and 8 where you had the overlay of the 61 unit project elevations next to, right, so on top is the 61 unit project, correct? And on the bottom is the current proposal. So go back to that comparison because it's very useful. Well, on top of just changing kind of the architectural style, it looks so much bigger and so much more dense in the 61 unit thing. And I think because I had some great conversations with Ms. Reese before the hearing today, that's because they've taken out the school so they actually could spread out the units over more of the acreage of the property. So is that correct? Am I reading that appropriately?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, that's correct. There was a significant changes to the site design in order to, with the removal of the school, in order to make the project feel more compatible with this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question is is the school operating now, or did it cease at some point, or what's the status?
The school is still in operation, I believe, with 50 students rather than 100, but I would defer that to the applicant.
Right. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions from any other commissioners?
Yo.
So, Commissioner Park. I kind of knew that. I was just kind of baiting it out there.
There you go. Yeah, you get used to that. See, you'll be careful what you wish for. I talked less as the chair than I'm going to afterward. That's life. So on the comparison, which I think is a very interesting thing and really crucial to all of this, you're comparing renderings of the elevations, and I really appreciate that. I think that's very clever. Do you have anything similar that compares the site plans of the 1.6 acre project and the 4 acre?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I unfortunately don't have the site plan for the alternative project with me today, but I can walk through what it looked like. There was parking here along Foster Road and extending back, in sort of a reverse L shape. You had the L-shaped structure, 3 stories the whole way for the 61 units, just a sort of fitting inside of that parking, and then the existing school, which is approximately here, and the residents. The school's playground was going to be reduced to accommodate that new structure, and then the back half of the site was essentially left open.
Well, now we're going to have a utilization of the existing trail easement. Was that going to occur under that 61 unit project in the same way?
Chair Park, Commissioner Park, through the chair. They were not, there was an existing pavement from the old frontage road that trail was still going to follow, but they were not proposing improvements as a part of that approved project, whereas now within this existing easement, they will essentially match the DG trail that it will connect to offsite. And essentially, we'll have details for that in the development plan application, but it will essentially mirror what it would be connecting to.
So the project that we're looking at under the development agreement will have improved public access, more aesthetic. It'll have more of an open space feel to it, won't it? And I just think those are important things. It's interesting you mentioned that we haven't had a development agreement case since 2015. Development agreements have been in controversy here in this county since, oh my God, the El Capitan project with Jules Berman. When was that, Commissioner Cooney? You remember that, but so some of us remember these things before you were born. And I'm still confused by development agreements. I had a kind of a massive case involving a city in the 1st District right as I joined the Planning Commission on that. And I've seen them in other ways. And there's a lot of variation. And that's kind of what I want to ask about here. because I think it benefits the public to understand what any further involvement they might have. One, I know on some development agreements and in some jurisdictions, there's a right for the public to demand a vote on the agreement. Do we have something like that in this county?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, no, we do not. No. So
Okay.
the process is, it has to come to the PC. You guys recommend that it goes to the board, and the board has the final decision to approve or not approve.
So someone can't petition for a public vote to disapprove it or something of that sort?
They can certainly comment and participate in
Yeah,
that.
they should do it now. Okay, that's one thing. And then I also know with development agreements, because I've helped draft one in that other matter I was involved in, that some provide, okay, once you sign the dotted line on the development agreement, there's no further review of the project. And then some provide, no, we're going to let you get past this condo conversion ordinance or some other thing, but you still have to have the project reviewed through the normal process. And I don't understand, without looking over those provisions, which I probably wouldn't understand very well anyway, what kind of a beast is this one? Will it have further public review?
I can handle it. That, is this gone? Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Park, through the chair. Yes, so what's good about this development agreement is it gives the county, we identify what the county's getting as benefits and then what we're giving the developer, which is the density bonus, and we've ensured the CEQA, and they do have to come back for a development plan to effectuate the project. Now, it is an eligible housing project, so it can only be reviewed under objective standards, and the burden to deny the project coming forward would be pretty high. It'd have to be like a public health safety issue. So the review is a limited review, but it does come back to the
And so there is some further opportunity for public to participate, and just so that they feel secure that all the processes are being followed and the agreements being enforced. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
Commissioner Park and Commissioners, I'm going to provide you the language from the statute itself, just so you know how the development agreement functions in this regard. It is a form of vesting, the development agreement is. So the development agreement may include conditions, terms, restrictions, and requirements for subsequent discretionary actions. This development agreement does include the requirement for a subsequent development plan, provided that such conditions, terms, restrictions, and requirements for subsequent discretionary actions shall not prevent development, excuse me, shall not prevent development of the land for the uses and to the density or intensity of the development set forth in the agreement. So the agreement does establish the uses, the density, and the intensity, and the development agreement does function as a form of vesting to the terms of the agreement, while there is opportunity for subsequent review. So it's a little complicated is the short answer.
Sure. Commissioner Cooney?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Following on the legal issues, I think it was said earlier this morning that development agreement is between the parties to it, but it would not necessarily apply to a subsequent purchaser. Let's imagine a situation where the developer goes out of business altogether, and another developer comes in and succeeds in the project. To what extent, if any, could the county or the public rely on some of the concessions that are in this agreement now?
Please. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, to reiterate, staff is correct. The development agreement is a contract. It's a legal contract, a binding contract upon execution. And it would be subject to the contractual rules of assignment. We would have to look at this specific development agreement for the assignment provisions in it. I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head. Staff may be, but I'm happy to look at that and follow up with you at this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions in my mind here in that, and I'm a bit confused. in your slide 8, you say 61 developers shall not develop 61 unit project for so long as the county remains in compliance. The development agreement. So, are we approving 99 units and still they have the ability to do 61 units?
Chair Martinez, members of the commission, okay, I'm going to just pull up the language for the development agreement. There's a section 2.01 about the relinquishment of the ability to process that approved case. So they have that application that was approved. However, upon execution of this development agreement, developers shall not develop the site for so long as the county remains in compliance with the agreement and processes the subsequent applications in good faith, including provided the county meets the project timelines set forth in section 5.03, subject to there's also default provisions, and that's what that's referencing. And then they agree to relinquish the ability to process and develop that case altogether when all permits required by the subsequent approvals subject to the agreement are approved and issued.
And so do we have an understanding of what these subsequent applications are about?
Yes, we do. So, Chair Martinez, there is a section called subsequent approvals in the development agreement that outlines the approval of that development plan on an expedited timeline with up to 2 planning commission hearings, and then the subsequent approvals, the zoning clearance issuance, the building permit approvals, and the demolition.
Okay, and then I noticed that in regards to the water situation, this project is approved as right now for the 61 units, and it's online for the 99 units, but there's no definite letter will and can serve as right now as we speak, correct?
That's correct. They would provide that with the development plan.
Okay, and if they don't get the 99 unit will and can serve letter, what then? Deal's off?
They would have to be able to provide that letter in order to comply with the land use and development policy 4 in the land use element. If they couldn't do so, then we wouldn't be able to make the findings to approve the project.
Okay. And so then I imagine then this kind of dovetails into the issue of the noise situation. The noise, you have talked about a barrier wall or noise wall in regards between the development and the 101, but that's dependent upon a future noise study, which will be part of the subsequent applications, I'm understanding now.
Correct, Chair.
Okay. And then parking. So we have 99 units and we have 135 parking spaces?
That's correct.
Okay. And there's a traffic study, which I'm having problems finding, but isn't it anticipated that people are going to have at least 2 cars per unit?
Chair Martinez, members of the commission, I think the applicant has some data based on their projects across the state about the number of people anticipated to live in each unit, and can answer that question better than staff can.
Yeah, because I'd be interested, and the reason I ask is because there was just a development down Bradley, which they had about the similar parking ratio, and the parking situation has caused a considerable, let's say, community revolt in regards to people parking all over the place. And I'm just interested in hearing how these calculations are achieved.
Right. Mr. Chair, I'd like to just add something in. In my experience working in the development world, mostly with nonprofits, is they have a lower parking requirement because they're low income. And so they document that very well in showing how each of their projects are overparked. And so they traditionally don't have 2 cars in a low income family. Some might, but most of them end up having 1 car. So I'm sure the developer can demonstrate the history and the pattern in their projects of how many people own cars in those developments.
Yeah, I thank you for that, because I'd be interested in seeing how old this data is and how updated it is in relation to these things, because I deal with a lot of affordable housing, and these units have usually not just the typical 2 rooms, 2 people living, you have multiple people living and you have multiple vehicles within that same unit. And I'd be interested in hearing that. That's really helpful.
Yeah.
And affordable units, what is that? Is what I'm looking for from staff in regards to. It's such a broad term. Are we talking about Section 8? Or are we talking about some certain programs? What is in this? Because I'm looking at this as affordable units, and I'm looking at, you have St. Joseph High School, which is just down the street, and I'm just interested in what that means.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can step in, but I'm
And you
sure
have Rigetti just across the street.
yeah, the applicant can speak to it too, but low income, this is gonna be a tax credit project most likely. And so that's, I think they have to target 60% of the AMI for a tax credit project.
Okay.
So these are low, very low income residents. Would be my guess. The applicant, I'm sure, can answer that more specifically, but that's traditionally what you see in a low income tax credit project.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in hearing that when the applicant comes up. Thank you. And any other questions for the commissioners at this time? Mr. Pettit.
Mr. Chair, if I may follow up with Commissioner Cooney, Section 8.9 of the development agreement, the proposed development agreement, deals with successors and assigns. This proposed development agreement does not place restrictions on the assignment of the development agreement. However, this Section 8.9 does ensure that any successor or assign would be subject to all obligations under the development agreement in addition to the benefits received.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you. Yeah, that key clause, it seems to me we should be comforted by that and alert to make sure in future development agreements that similar language is included. So there's some opportunity to resort to the courts in the event a subsequent developer does not follow through with some of these key provisions. But thank you for pointing that out.
If I could follow, Mr. Pettit, so then the assignment clause does not provide the county the ability to review who it is assigned to.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, correct. There is not, the current assignment clause does not include the county review of the assignee.
Okay. Well, just so the public knows, my concern comes just from those who practice. We have 3 lawyers up here who are probably thinking all the devil's advocate things and thinking, well, you know, when you can't control who it is assigned to, you can always assign it to the hollow man, I'll call it. But okay. The applicant. Now is the opportunity for the applicant to present, and I'd provide that the applicant that you have 10 minutes up front, and you have 5 minutes for rebuttal or response following we go back to staff. Thank you.
Chair, could I request we take a biological break?
Sure. Let's take a let's take a quick 5-minute break. 10-minute break. What do you guys suggest? 10-minute break. So let's come back here at 10:38. Thank you. You have to make an announcement. Okay, well, welcome back to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. I believe Mr. Will Robertson, hopefully I'm pronouncing his name right, is at least can want to address my comment regarding the traffic/parking. Are you there? 1, 2.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Will
just hold on a
Robertson,
second.
Public Works.
We're probably gonna have to raise up your voice, the volume of you a little bit here. If you can again.
How about now?
That's better. I think we can work
Perfect.
with that.
All right, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Will Robertson with the Santa Barbara County Public Works Transportation. And while you were talking earlier in the hearing, there was a concern about the parking. So I had actually pulled up the ITE parking generation manual, the 4th edition, which is the newest edition, and just looked to see what the requirements would be for a low to mid-rise apartment. And kind of the summary of what I found here is that there's something that we call the 95% confidence interval. It's the interval at which 95% of the cars should be anticipated to be parked on the site. And that range was from 1.1 cars per dwelling unit to 1.37 cars per dwelling unit. So in this case, if the project is proposing 99 units and the applicant is proposing 135 parking spaces, they actually fall at the high end of that confidence interval. So that gives me some confidence there. Also, in the manual provides a fitted equation, which I'm not going to bore you with, but you can plug in the number of units for their equation, and that number came out to be 103 parking spaces for a 99 unit project. So based on the ITE manual here, there shouldn't be a parking issue. You also asked when that data was collected. Data does lag, but the data was collected between 1964 and 2009. And oddly enough, the last 2 data submittals were from the city of Goleta and the city of Ventura. So I'm actually pretty confident in this data, and I think that this project should be parked adequately.
I'm gonna have my quick question is when if ever will this data be updated then?
It kind of depends on the submittal process. I mean, if an agency feels that the data is not matching their jurisdiction, they'll collect new data and they'll submit it to ITE. What I'm seeing here in the data is that there's something called the R-squared value. So that's how the data actually matches each project after it's done. And that's really high. It's at 0.93. So it pretty much is saying that the data is perfect. I mean, if we collected more data, we would just see that it would fall in that same range. So I don't know. I can't really say when the data is going to be updated. It normally is updated, like I said earlier, when people find that it's not fitting their projects.
Okay, and when you say the agency feels, is that what agency are we talking about? Planning department? Okay. Well, I would say as a commissioner, and I know whoever is the public out there, they're probably looking upon this as, I think that's something that we should look into. I mean, I'm just talking the reality of what's happening and what I've seen and what I've experienced. And 2009 and 2024, that's what I heard. So then maybe we can address that at a different time. But I'm just making a comment. And thank you. Any comments from the commissioners? Seeing Mr. Reed?
Okay, I'm just thinking about this. Your comments before about the other apartment complex that had, actually that's part of our, one of my family's holdings that we sold and was divided into that whole developmental area. And I think part of the reason that parking became a problem is those are market rate rentals in that apartment complex. The rates went up. People took in roommates, hence more people, more vehicles, and all the residents of that complex are a good bit more affluent than the people who will be living in this complex. So I would think that that would not be occurring here, since having less affluence would mean less ability to purchase more vehicles. So I would be pretty reassured by the information we got from Mr. Robertson with its respect to its applicability to this project.
Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner Reed. Any other comments from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none, then let's move on to the applicant. I understand there's Mr. Ramos and Mr. Broussard. Am I correct?
Yeah, good. Correct. Yeah. Good morning, commissioners, chair, vice chair, and commissioners. My name is Gene Broussard. I'm here with Matthew Ramos from AMG and Associates. And we'd like to take a few minutes and walk through the project. And I'd like to speak to a few of the comments that have come up over the past few minutes about the project. I think Shannon's going to help me walk through the slides here. So thank you, Shannon. If you could go to the next slide. Just want to give an overview kind of who we are and what we do before we kind of get into the details of the project. So AMG and Associates, we've been around for 25 plus years in California. We primarily focus in affordable housing throughout the state of California. We have a few projects in Alaska and some in Arizona, but primarily in California. We kind of focus on land use, acquisition finance, all the way through construction. We really have a strong affinity, like I said, to affordable housing. We work closely with the state. All of our property management firms have expertise in the affordable housing space. We have a team of asset managers that manages these third-party professional management companies as well, to make sure that we're in constant compliance with all the state rules, especially regarding tenants' income and qualification. Next slide, please. On a lot of our projects for the financing piece, we partner with the Pacific companies. So we handle a lot of the upfront, land use entitlements, and the Pacific companies helps us on the applications to the state, and we kind of partner together. The Pacific companies has been around since 1998. We've been partnering with them for over 15 years on projects throughout the state of California. And they have over 90, they've got a very significant portfolio as well. They're constantly ranked in the number, I think last year in 2022, as it states, they're the #1 developer in the United States for affordable housing. And they're consistently, as you'll see on the next slide, please, in the top, 5 of the Western U.S. And usually we're in kind of together the top 10 of the nation over the past 10 or so years in affordable housing. So together we have a significant portfolio and a significant team to kind of manage all the affordable projects that we do. And again, I would say combined, it is well over 90% of the portfolio of both companies are focused solely on tax credit affordable, 100% affordable projects. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, we utilize third-party property management firms that have the expertise to know how to income qualify, to do the background checks, to do all the necessary items to make sure that we comply with the state rules. This project will have 2 on-site managers, and that is stipulated in the DA as well. We rarely sell any of our assets. We have most of the assets we've built, we remain in control, and we don't have any plan of selling the assets. So there is a pride of ownership. I've been at the company for quite some time, and we're always involved through the project, through the construction, through operations. If items come up, we can adjust. So we're small companies, but we're nimble and we can move on the fly. Next slide, please. Thank you, Shannon. So you were asking before for the site plan. I think Commissioner Park, this is the previous site plan that was approved for the 61 units. Plus, you could see the outline of the remaining school. So you could really see that the bulk of the units and the bulk of the density was loaded right towards the front at Foster Road. And that is, kind of really quite a difference to what you have in the DA and what we're proposing next. Next slide, please. So you can see we really spread out the density throughout the site here. you have we're going to get into the kind of the project benefits here. I have another slide, but yeah, this is, yeah, if you, the next slide's fine, thanks. So I think this is a great slide to kind of focus on for a minute or two. So you recall that we now have this, I think our front setback, as you see, is 23 foot from Foster Road, which is an ample setback from Foster Road. That is a 2-story building, as mentioned previously, those 2 buildings on Foster Road. So the kind of the access and parking would be kind of hidden behind. We really tried to beef up the landscape and amp up the landscape along Foster Road and along the westerly sheet west there, where the hilltop homes are located. The design, the overall layout of the project was really focused on how do we improve this when we spread the density throughout the site. So I mean, I think the 2 big takeaways here is we tried to reduce the size and scale along Foster for the neighboring community for compatibility. And the second thing is, how do we make sure that the building, the 3-story building, is not towering over those homes on Hilltop? So that's why we have that setback. It's about 80 feet from our property line to where those buildings start, if you count the parking, the drive aisles, and the parking on both sides. So it's a significant step back. And then in addition to that, we added all the trees along that westerly side to really screen any additional concerns for the neighbors on Hilltop. But yeah, that's kind of where the design layout focused. Next slide, please. These are the previously approved elevations as Shannon was kind of toggling back and forth. I think that kind of portrayed a better picture than what we're doing here, but these are the previously approved elevations that were loaded very close to Foster Road. Next slide, please. And here are the proposed elevations, the 2- and 3-story buildings, as you can see. Next slide. And this is the comparison of the 2 buildings, the approved currently at the 61 units, and the proposed project below along Foster. Next slide. I think we want to kind of hit on some of the benefits that we see from this and working with staff. You know, this project, the old project was not subject to the old objective design standards, which were approved. So this new project will be, and you could already tell the difference of what the design standards are doing to the project. I think it's much more compatible with the neighborhood. So the new design, the new project will have to go through, as Shannon alluded before, we'll have to come back to the commission and make sure that we're compliant with every single objective design standard. And there's quite a bit, right, as you know. And I think that will help the overall project. We've increased the parking ratio to 1.36 to 1 stall, from 1 stall per unit. Shannon touched that there's fewer trips will be generated from this project due to the fact that the school will be going away with the new project. We've spread out the density, and you know, we think that this will just be a better project for the neighborhood. And I wanted to touch on a few things that were brought up and a few kind of the history as well as we've worked through this with staff. You know, we had a couple calls with the HOA, the neighboring HOA on this, and obviously the concerns were parking and traffic. In regards to the parking, what we've done over the past 2 months is really where can we squeeze every extra stall onto the site. Shannon, if you could go back please to the maybe the site plan. Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. And so what we've done is you can see on Frontage Road, we squeezed an additional 8 to 10 stalls there. Thank you for pointing that out. And I wanted to speak to, I think, Chair Martinez, you had some comments regarding the parking count. And what I wanted to say is that we have 15, the majority of the project, 48% of the project is studios and 1-bedrooms. So the average occupant in our 10,000 unit portfolio of a studio is 1.147. That's what we average. Obviously, we have some units that have 2, but we are averaging 1.1 occupants per 1 bedroom. And so if you've got 48% of the project at you have 15 studios and 33 one bedrooms. Each one of those units will have one stall, and the remaining 2s and 3s that are left will have 1.7 stalls per unit for those remaining. So I think that's a good way to look at the parking stall count, is you're going to have a pretty, because we have such a heavy skew of studio and one bedrooms here, I think there's even a better kind of solution to the parking. Notwithstanding that the code, as Shannon mentioned before, requires 115 stalls, and we're at 135. So we're 20 stalls above the code requirement. The HOA expressed quite a bit of concern about the traffic throughout the kind of the streets, the high school. So we had a call with Will. Matt had a call with Will, and Shannon, I think, was part of that call as well, to make sure that if there's anything that we could do. We wanted to add speed bumps at our cost, but I don't think the speed or the trip generation going through those streets warranted the threshold to add those stalls, but we were willing to help in that matter. And then I wanted to take a minute to speak to the income level. So the DA has 100% of the project restricted to 80% income. Now, there's a good chance, I think, there's a good chance that we'll be applying for tax credits, which requires the entire project to be up to 80% income, but there's usually, what happens is there's some at 30%, there's some at 50, there's some at 80, it kind of blends. But to answer the question, the income level is all low income, which is set by HCD at the state level, which is 80% rents, which I believe is mentioned at 50079.5. And, we just wanted to thank staff. There's been a lot of meetings. There's been, I think we've had meetings every other week for, I don't know, 6 months to a year to really refine and make this a better project for the community. And we're here for any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant here?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bradley?
Thank you, Mr. Broussard. You just said something that sort of surprised me. I've heard staff, and maybe I missed it somewhere in this, but I thought staff was saying it was very low and low income, and you just stated that the whole thing is going to be affordable. We understand that.
Mhm.
But that 80%, it was going to be at 80%. So can you go over that again for me? It's only if you
Yeah.
do the tax credit that you actually drop to the very low and low, or?
Yeah, so I mean, historically, low income is affordable, right? And so low income defined at the state level is an 80% level at the
Of
state.
adjusted median income as established by the state
Correct.
and the county.
Correct. And so 80% is a historical low income, but sometimes when we apply for at California Tax Credit Allocation Committee, TCAC, we have to balance the income levels. We leave it open so we can balance depending on, it's a very competitive process, as you're aware. So we're competing against other affordable housing developers. So what times we have to adjust accordingly, depending on the market, depending on the round, depending on the soft funds we have available. So this is just the first step in a process, right? So we have to get the project approved, and then we have to seek funding for the affordable to make it affordable.
May I ask a question, Jean?
Yes.
Typically, though, they average out to be about 60% AMI.
Yes, the
Yes,
TCAC regulations require that when we apply it, that the average has to be at 60% or below. You can have some units that go up to 80, but you have some that go below, but the average cannot exceed 60 currently per the regulations.
So, and maybe this is a dual answer, but I'm sorry, through the chair. Once you go through that application process and that competitive thing, where do we plug it into our housing element fulfillment of those numbers that we're so desperate to get?
So,
Sorry.
Commissioner Briley through the chair. It will, as soon as, once we issue building permits for the project, then we do in our annual report, we report on that those are 99 units that meet our low income in North County. So that's a project that's on our pending list, I believe. I believe it's on our pending list. Yeah. It's on our pending list. So it's already factored into us meeting our RENA.
Right, but what part of the marina? I mean, I know, we
Low.
struggle,
Low income,
okay,
low income.
Which
This
is what-
project is 100% low income.
okay, so. Okay, never mind, all right. The other question is, Foster Road, is it currently, restricted to on-street parking?
My understanding, there's no restrictions on Foster Road currently. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There are no like permitting requirements to park on Foster Road or anything like that.
Okay. All right, I think that was my only questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Reed?
Yeah, this is a new one. I hadn't thought about it when we talked before. I'm looking at your plot plan and your landscaping, which looks very nice. I just like to know, with respect to your irrigation for landscaping, do you sprinkler it, drip it? What?
Yeah, typically we do drip. Is our
Okay.
historically through our portfolio, it's a drip irrigation.
And
Obviously, this is a conceptual plan that we've done. We have to go through all the guidelines and make sure that it meets, the code. But this is a pretty conceptual plan. But
Okay.
this is what we are envisioning to achieve.
And in terms of your plant materials, do you, I think it would be advantageous if you happen to adapt more California native species, Mediterranean species, low water consumption species, and I'd also be interested in knowing typically what varieties of trees you use, but I realize you may not have that at hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know the code offhand, but I could tell you from our past projects that each city or county jurisdiction, it has very strict requirements of the planting requirements. So we'll most likely be subject to those requirements.
Good, okay, great, thank you very much. I apologize, I started out as a plant pathologist, so these sorts of things are interesting, so thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I have a few questions, but I think I'd like to hear from Mr. Ramos first in public, and then I'll kind
Well,
of make my-
public, we're already past the 10 minutes, so
Yeah.
I think that's why.
Yeah, as far as
Commissioner
Mr. Ramos, he's just here with us, with me together. This is the only presentation we have. There's no additional presentation, but if you have any questions for us, we're here to answer them.
I'll reserve for deliberations.
Okay.
Maybe you'll have some rebuttal if there's somebody to rebut.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Commissioner Curry, you fine? Okay. I have a question with that exhibit on the screen. So it looks like any and all auto traffic will touch, or ingress and egress will be through Foster Road, correct?
Correct. Yeah, most of the traffic will go through Foster onto frontage, and then the ingress egress will be from frontage.
Well, frontage is not a through road, if I'm reading this.
Correct. It dead ends at the trail easement that was highlighted
Okay, but
before.
everything's gonna have to drop into Foster and either go out to Bradley or to Union. Correct?
Yes. Hmm.
Okay. And where's the nearest public transportation?
There are a number, Chair, members of the commission, there are a number of bus stops located along Foster as you get closer to the high schools, and then also along, oh my goodness, I've lived in Orchid my entire life, but it's Bradley, I believe, the number of stops next to the high school.
Okay, so now I have my. Yes, so the nearest bus stop is on Bradley across the street from Rigetti.
Well, yeah, just down the road. It's within a half mile.
Okay. And those are my questions for right now. So right now, I take it we go back to, thank you, Mr. Pritchard.
Thank you.
We go back to, well, no, it's open to public comment now. And is there anyone on public comment on this issue?
We do have two hands up. If you're interested in speaking, go ahead and raise your hand. We have one telephone speaker. If that's you and you want to speak on this item, it's *9 to raise your hand. So let's start. Our first speaker will be Miko Naaman, to be followed by Rosie Rojo.
Okay. Miko Naaman, is the name of the first one to speak. And just an announcement for those who are speaking from the public on this issue. There's a limitation of 3 minutes per person when you are speaking, and I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. But Ms. Neiman, can you hear me? Hello? Well, we can always
We
come
can
back to her.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to the next person then.
Next speaker will be Rosie Rojo.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Rojo, if you can.
Wonderful.
Oh.
Thank you so much, esteemed Planning Commission. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Rosie Rojo. I live along Morning Ridge Road, a street that intersects with Foster Road, the site of this proposed development. My home is part of the Edgewood Homeowners Association, and I am also a member of the board. Our HOA submitted a written public comment for your consideration. First and foremost, I would like to thank Supervising Planner Shannon Reese, as well as Aaron Hank of Supervisor Bob Nelson's office. Both have been incredibly helpful and informative as our HOA navigates through this proposed development. I also want to share that we have spoken with the developer and they have heard our concerns, and we really appreciate their time and consideration to our many concerns, particularly parking and traffic. While our submitted written comment shares our full concerns with this development, I would like to emphasize a few points. We ask you to consider the negative impacts these additional units will have on traffic, noise, parking, and safety without making the proper infrastructure adjustments. Traffic along Morning Ridge Road is already a serious issue. Drivers use it as a feeder street to get onto Union Valley Parkway or Foster Road. Because there are no speed bumps along Morning Ridge Road, which is something we have been trying to have the county put in for several years and we keep getting denied, people drive incredibly fast through the street. Traffic is incredibly bad during the busy morning hours when people are driving to work or the high schools. This proposed project will only increase these incidents. We have had several recent accidents because of this. Our neighborhood streets were never designed to host this much traffic. The streets are already showing signs of overuse. This proposed project will not be doing the county streets any favors. In addition to traffic concerns, we also have parking concerns. While the agenda report shows restrictions on parking along East Foster Road, there is no mention of restricted parking along Morning Ridge Road, Bridgeport, and the surrounding streets. There's also no mention of our trail, which is maintained by our HOA, which is parallel to Bridgeport, which will have a lot more use. And there's nothing in the agreement showing that there's any type of accommodations being made there. I want to stress that our concerns have nothing to do with the project being affordable. We understand that affordable housing is needed and very much necessary. The issue is that adding any type of high density housing in our existing residential area without making any improvements and accommodations to the existing infrastructure is simply irresponsible and reckless for those who have lived here for decades and those who may potentially live here in the future. I appreciate the time. Thank you very much. Oh, and I would also like to add that the school that is being proposed to be demolished, that has never been an issue as far as traffic. So when we're talking about increased or decreased traffic, that school, whether it's there or not, is not impacting this area. It's more of actual people living in the area using Morning Ridge Road as a feeder street to get to Foster or Union Valley Parkway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rojo. And on to our next.
Miko Neiman, are you there? So I see that there are two entries under Miko Neiman. I've allowed both accounts to speak. So looks like you just need to turn on your mic.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. It seems to be an echo, so you probably might have two speakers on.
Well, go ahead.
Let me get that fixed here real quick.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to follow up with Rosie Rojo's comment about the school has never been an issue, the Montessori school. There's approximately 124 students that attend that school. So we're talking about pickup and drop off issues, and it's not a problem. And I would like to just also comment that Foster Road does have permitted parking for our residents. We don't, however, have anyone that can monitor those cars.
Okay.
And also the other thing I'd like to comment on is the safety issue that is a concern. There are no crosswalks for the students to go to St. Joe's and Rigetti, and the signage is lacking on Foster Road as well. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Neiman.
Thank you.
And do we still have one more speaker?
That was my last request. So unless anyone else, go ahead and just raise your hand now.
And
Not seeing any additional hands.
okay, and there's nobody raising their hand in this gallery. So now we go back to I thought we went back to staff typically, but are we going back to the applicant in this instance? It says rebuttal, but let's go back to staff at this.
Thank you,
Staff.
Chair, members of the commission. I had received an email from Kathleen Yingst saying that she had registered and was hoping to be heard. I don't know if
Ms. Sings is online but did not raise her hand.
okay.
So we can go to her if you like.
She had emailed me a number of times saying that she wanted to speak, so I don't know if
Hello, am I being heard?
Ms. Yangst?
My name is Kathleen Yingst. I am a 25-year plus resident of Knollwood Meadows, the condominiums, and I have talked to people at every level of this project, and I appreciate the opportunity to address this body in one more conversation. My predecessors have addressed the concerns very eloquently. Again, traffic, safety, especially when the high schools are in full play, is a very big concern. I would like to reiterate that only the affordable housing type project was entertained as opposed to alternatives that might be a better fit and enhancement for our neighborhood. Right now, I know that long-term established homeowners are either moving or considering selling as the direct result of this project. I realize that this body has the final decision, and I would ask you to consider if your mother, your sister, or your family lived in the Knollwood or Edgewood communities, and how this project would look to you from that perspective. I feel like the other concerns that have been covered adequately, and I appreciate the time I have been afforded. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments there. And I take it that was the last person for public comment?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And as far as I can see, too, I agree. So let's go back to the applicant. This is the rebuttal part. You have 5 minutes, and if you want to rebut anything, or if you don't, then we'll just open it up to any commissioner questions of you.
We had previous calls with Rosie and Miko, as they mentioned, so we were aware of the concerns that they have brought up. So currently, we don't have any further kind of rebuttals, but we're here for any further questions. I guess one clarification is, I apologize. I thought that there was no street restrictions on Foster. We had thought that it was open, but it sounds like, per the comments, there might be some restrictions from Miko on Foster. So I apologize for that confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. So any questions for the applicant and the commissioners in? I see Mr. Commissioner Park.
Yes, Mr. Broussard, I think Ms. Rojo brought up something that I didn't quite understand, but you know the project, you know the site, so you'll understand it better. She mentioned an existing trail that the homeowners association's involved in, and that, and a concern that, and I'm restating what she said, that residents of your project would use that, but there wouldn't be a contribution on maintenance. I'm trying to summarize what I thought I heard. Could you address that?
Do you have an aerial by chance of because I think it'd be a picture of the aerial to show what they're mentioning. I think it'd be helpful. But I'll start off why they pull it up to kind of give a little brief background. So there is a current easement, as you saw, that runs through the edge of our property on the edge of the 101 there, that we are going to be improving to further the connection through kind of a DG path there. But as you can see, I think what they're concerned about is where the mouse is there. You see how they have this that kind of circumvents the HOA. They have this public, I believe. We'll go ahead, Shannon.
It is a public trail that was dedicated to the county in the late 80s. So the HOA is responsible for maintenance pursuant to their tract conditions, but it's a public easement. And it's part of the Woodmere Trail system that, like I said, extends all the way to Key Site 3. So there are components of the trail on a number of different sites. And their maintenance responsibility depends on, a number of different factors based on when they were approved.
And Shannon, could you please zoom in a little bit on our improvement area that we're going to, so you can see how it kind of ends there at frontage, and right here along this blue line is kind of where we'll have to improve it to establish a connection. But as Shannon mentioned, it is open to the public, as it will be on our project site as well, and currently.
Chair Park and Chair Martinez and Commissioner Park, if I could also just clarify an issue. I'm chatting with Will Robertson. There are no parking restrictions near this site on Foster. And the public, so he wants that to be clear. So there must be some confusion about that. And they will not support any restrictions on public streets. I guess the county just does not support permit parking.
Commissioner Park?
Well, here's a question for Mr. Broussard or staff. I heard a reference from Ms. Rojo, and I think from the others, that there are infrastructure improvements that would be good for the community. And I wondered if those were things you negotiated, you were concerned with, discussed them, if there's any movement you can make there.
Perhaps this would be best directed to Will. So there were a number of discussions about what could potentially be done off-site. Obviously, these issues exist outside of the proposed project, but there have been studies done historically by Public Works on Morning Ridge Road, there hasn't been a warrant to, for the county to install speed bumps. And, we looked at some options that wouldn't require warrants, and again, it would not be feasible for the applicant to implement those. And perhaps Will Robertson has some additional information that would be helpful, but we did explore those options, and there are restrictions based on what is warranted in accordance with regulatory requirements.
I don't want to second guess those discussions. I don't have the information to do it, and I think it'd be beyond our purview. But I just wanted to hear that they've been voiced by the homeowners association, that the developers heard them, that staff's heard them, you considered them to discuss them, and you are where you are.
Yeah. Commissioner Park, we absolutely heard them throughout the process over the past 6 to 12 months, and that's why we reached out to Will, and we were willing to assist financially to add those speed bumps or stop signs or any mitigations, but unfortunately they just didn't meet the threshold to warrant them.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any commissioners? Hearing none. Okay. Staff, do you have any comments or anything?
Chair, members of the commission, we're available for any further questions, but don't have anything at this time.
So commissioners, seeing that no one has any questions, maybe we'd like to have comments regarding the intentions of the recommendations of the staff. Mr. Reed, this is in your district, so historically it goes to you first.
Certainly. As I stated at the very beginning, this isn't, well, even Commissioner Park confirmed, it's not very common that the county is looking at an agreement of this nature. The difference here is, unlike most of the projects we look at, this isn't a yes or no decision. It's an either or decision. Applicant has the right to go ahead and pursue developing a multi-story 61-unit building perched at the edge of the property, and I'm sure it's a fine structure. It would be a fine structure, but to me it looks indisputably institutional and cuboidal, and I think begs a comparison to what in my days in Philadelphia would be described as a project. Might be a fine building for a better site, but I think what we're looking at now is a more pleasant alternative, the result of a substantial amount of work and effort between staff, public works, and applicant. And the resulting project, I believe, is much more harmonious with the community. A number of lower structures, very pleasant exteriors and exterior finishes, fully the equal of almost any of the newer commercial apartment projects you see in Santa Maria. And to me, it offers benefits to the surrounding area. It's pretty clear from the TRIP study that inclusion of the 61-unit structure for which they have approval, in addition to the operation of the school, would have significant impacts on trips per day, exacerbating the problems noted by the public commenters with respect to traffic. Now, a number of those things, as they mentioned, speed and volume of vehicles, they exist today. I think it's clear from that TRIP study that this improved development, the 99-unit development, would make no noticeable contribution to either, based on the number of trips, in that certainly you have more apartments, but you have no daily volume from school traffic, since the school will be gone. So overall, I think a better project for the people that surround it, and I think based on also the public comments, which I certainly value, the parking analysis, which came from Mr. Robertson of Public Work, showing that the 1.35 spaces per unit is fully in compliance with the norms based on data from some communities, Goleta and Ventura, which I think are arguably similar to what we have here. Further, on a more kind of esoteric basis, I think that looking at the style of the structures, I think that people, just because they're might have be of more modest means, shouldn't be pushed into a large, cold institutional structure. Looks a lot like the very building we're sitting in, and instead should have the opportunity to live in an environment. And maybe I'm thinking more about the kids that have to go to school and see their other kids. They should have the opportunity to live in an environment fully as attractive, I don't know why I'm getting emotional, as other people in the community. So overall, I think this is a very fine development, is a marked improvement over what the community could receive if we don't act on it. And I myself would be fully prepared to go ahead and formulate a motion to move ahead with this project and move it to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Bradley.
Did you say Bradley?
Bradley. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to take a little bit of time to get through this because I've actually been involved with multiple development agreements. I just wrote one 2 years ago for the city of Goleta. Well, I didn't write it, but I actually processed it through their city council to allow an applicant to hold on to the prior land use code, which interestingly was the county's Article 2. And so it's a new tool. And as we've discussed, it hasn't been in front of the Planning Commission before 15 years ago or in 2015. So it's a good tool to use when you have something that's worthy of looking at a benefit project like this with affordable housing. So I'm grateful that the applicant took the stamina and that staff did such a fine job in bringing it to us. I also want to commend Ms. Brooks again for a very good staff report and a very thorough analysis of this. It is complicated. It's not like our regular review of projects that are a subdivision or a CUP. This is a different kind of a tool. So it's a legal document, as County Council said, a contract with those protections in place for the applicants. In terms of the comments we heard, and this is really clear to me as a practicing planner and also as a commissioner, you've got neighbors that are out there saying, oh my gosh, we're going to have this really high density project move in and the school wasn't a problem. But again, the development agreement is the contract, the loss of the school changes out the trip generation on the site, and so I am completely comfortable with the analysis provided in the trip generation summary and as fortified by Mr. Robertson's testimony today. I am uncomfortable with the parking because I don't believe those parking generation rates. And as much as I know, Director Plowman said that, when we have affordable housing, there are fewer residents and there's fewer cars. I frankly don't find that true. And I live near a couple of housing authority projects. I can think of the case that I believe Ms. Plowman was even involved with at Felinda and Canon Perdido, and the parking overflows from that. So, however, as much as I have that experience on the ground, I really will stick to the guns and go by the rates that are published by ITE, and would love it if our applicants here would generate some new affordable housing, parking demand ratios for ITE and for agencies to use, because I think we're all anxious to find out what that is. But I'm going to stick with the rates, the trip generation summary. So as much as the neighbors are worried about it, that is the science behind traffic planning, and I've done that for a number of years, so I'm good with that. I think I really want to commend the applicants for doing a better job with the architecture and the front-facing massing on Foster Road, so I think that really looks great, and the landscaping is very well thought out. Where you put the parking on the west side of the site is really smart, because then you're going to buffer it more from that development to the west. So overall, I think it's a really great project. The development plan, the development agreement is, I'm very proud of us for getting our hands around it and for staff for getting their hands around it because it's a one-off tool in the planning tool belt. And in this case, I think it's a perfect solution to get this to more affordable units with good action by the applicant in working with the neighborhood as much as they could. And so I'm in full support of whatever motion Commissioner Reed would put forth.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been educational. It has been a long time since I've seen a development agreement proposal before the Planning Commission. And I agree with Commissioner Bradley that this is an appropriate and beneficial use of the device. Remains to be seen how complications could occur in the future, but this applicant appears well qualified to submit the development proposal and carry it out. And I want to compliment Commissioner Reed on one of his first projects. He's really looked into it and analyzed the major concerns in a way that I would support his motion when he's ready to do so.
I don't know if Commissioner Park has, what would say?
Yeah, I agree both with what Commissioner Reed had to say and Commissioner Bradley. I want to add a few things that buttress the point that the development agreement's been a good way to go here. I was trying to remember why I knew so much about this project. It's not my district, but I think I was kind of roped into it about a year and a month ago. We started talking a lot about builder's remedy. I had conversations with staff about that, and I recall now that I had a meeting with 4th District staff, 4th District supervisor on builder's remedy, discuss this project and things, and with former Commissioner Farini. And there was a lot of concern about kind of cramming 60, is it 65, 66, whatever the number is, units into an acre and a half, and how things would work. And there was really no choice for anybody because the developers needed to live by SB 35 to make this work. The county had a lot of discretion removed because of SB 35. What could we do? Here I was an instant expert on the builder's remedy. I said, well, one thing you might talk about to the developer is develop some tools to do something a little different, a little bit out of the norms, different than what our zoning codes allow and so forth, and see if that's a better project. And what I'm hearing today is you did just that. And I think that's really something to be admired for everyone. One, that the developers were open to doing this, because I'm sure you know this, you could have gone to Builder's Remedy tool and could have said, we're going to go 8 stories and we're not going to have any parking. And we know we'll have to face a CEQA analysis, but we're going to brave it, and here we go. So I agree that it seems underparked to me in practical matter, but it could have been way, way worse. And so I'm really pleased the developer was open-minded to reconsider their project. And we all realize the effort we put into hearing these things. Think of the effort that somebody puts into a project to work it up, get it planned and all this, and then be told, well, can you redo a whole different project? So you guys did that. I think we should praise Supervisor Nelson and his staff for sticking with it, from hearing from their constituents and trying to work out a better deal, and they did. I think we need to praise the Homeowners Association and the members of the public. They clearly put a lot of effort into this in the last 6 months to a year, gave really high quality input, and they were heard. And of course, our own staff for taking on a development agreement, which you do like never, and making one that was, not only the legal right thing, but very practical. So this is this is really well done. I do support the project.
Okay.
Chair
Commissioner
Martinez,
Bradley?
I had one comment, and thank you, Commissioner Park, for reminding me about it. As much as for the development, there isn't the trigger of warrants to be met in terms of speed humps or, traffic calming devices or something like that. I'd encourage the homeowners association to stick with it, because transportation planners and traffic engineers will tell you, well, right now the conditions are X, and the warrant isn't met for a stop sign or a traffic signal or a roundabout or whatever. So that doesn't mean that once this is done and built and occupied and conditions in the neighborhood evolve, as they always do, that the homeowners association wouldn't have a different response from County Public Works in looking for a solution down the road. So that was my epitaph, and thank you, Commissioner Park, for reminding me.
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, well, yeah, I guess I'll take this as my opportunity to just add my tidbit, which was, again, I know I seem to be focusing on the parking situation and the analysis of that, and I understand the need for an objective standard. You have to have something to go off of where everybody is held to the same objective standard, and that's what we're going to live with right now. And obviously, you've all heard me in regards to my concerns regarding the data, which is, yes, from Goleta, but 2009. And that's something that does concern me, but it doesn't concern me regarding this project. Obviously, there's been some efforts put into this. There's been cooperation, and that can all be applauded for. I can appreciate, I've never had to deal with an agreement in regards to what we have before us. And just like anybody else, well, I had to take off my attorney hat and say, no, this is county council's, and they're going to be working with it, and they're the ones who are going to be protecting the county and honoring this agreement, which is at least for 5 years. It has a term, and it expires upon the completion of the development. And it's something that I am going to appreciate looking at and hearing about and seeing how it works through all its ways, because obviously this has an impact upon the future agreements of what can be developed in the future. And those are my comments, but so I'd welcome a motion from any of the commissioners at this time.
I'd like to.
Yes, please.
Okay. I think this is a wonderful project. I'm glad to have actually been able to participate in it. I think it will be an asset for the community. It'll be a small step forward to meet a substantial need, and this whole process, I think, could serve an excellent model for other such projects in the county and beyond. Toward that end, I would like to propose a motion. First, that we recommend that the Board of Supervisors make the required findings for approval of the development agreement specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including the CEQA findings. 2, recommend that the Board of Supervisors determine that the 99-unit multifamily residential development project as described in the development agreement, including Exhibit B, the example project plans implementing development agreement provisions, is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15194, affordable housing exemption, and public resource code section 21159.23, low income housing. The notice of exemption in the NOE is included as attachment C. And then finally, that the Board of we, as the Planning Commission, adopt a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve and adopt an ordinance 230RD 00004, include as attachment D of the staff report, thereby approving a new development agreement inclusive of granting an additional 37-unit density bonus for a maximum of 99 units on the 4.15-acre parcel in accordance with the Land Use Development Code subsection 35.32.030.A. And that this Board of Supervisors refer back to staff if the county planning commission takes other than recommended action for appropriate findings and conditions. Is that last sentence necessary?
No.
I think you're fine. So just want to make sure that your motion incorporates the change that staff made during the presentation
Yes.
regards to the reference to the NOE being attachment B and not.
Certainly.
Hearing that motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Bradley? And I will ask for a roll call on this.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley, Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Reed,
Aye.
Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Mhm.
I didn't want to interrupt your motion, but I did want to just express my appreciation for all the hard work that staff did on this project. Mr. Seawards and Ms. Reese worked diligently with the developer, and the developer was amazingly flexible in coming up with this alternative project, and I think it is much better for the community. So I'm just very grateful that we are here today and we made it here. It's been kind of a long road, but I just want to congratulate all those that were involved in the process and the District 4 for working with the developer and getting a better project. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that it's 11:41 right now, and we have the next matter coming up, the Housing Bill Implementation Ordinance Amendments. I'd ask the commissioners for their comments as whether they wanted to start this issue or break for a lunch break now and then come back. Any ideas?
My gut reaction, which is usually better than when I think something through, is that we probably ought to take a break now, because I would imagine that with the time it takes for the presentation and questions, it'd stretch us well into the noon hour and we wouldn't quite know when to finish. So that's just my reaction.
Any other comments? Any suggestions from the commissioners?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if it influences your decision, our presentation is about 10 minutes or
okay.
so, and we don't expect a lot of public comment or anything on this item, so we might be able to get through it fairly quickly.
I'm all in favor of, if it's 10 minutes and then it would relieve you from coming back after a lunch hour, that might be possible. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I'll be back either way for the AEO,
well.
but don't worry about me.
Well, let's you know what? Let's do that. Let's share the staff presentation. That'll be the 10 minutes right there and well used, and then we'll go for. Well, I'll then inquire of the commission at that time.
All right. The following is a hearing on the request of the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department for the County Planning Commission to consider recommending that the board adopt ordinance case number 21 ORD1, determine that the ordinance is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3 of the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA, adopt ordinance case number 21 ORD3, and determine that the ordinance is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to sections 15061B3 and 15265 of the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA.
Staff? Good morning.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Lila Spring, and I'm here with Brianna Alamia from Long Range Planning to present to you the Housing Bill Implementation Project Ordinance Amendments. Oops. There we go. Okay. So in this presentation, we will cover project background, new and revised ordinance sections and chapters, policy and ordinance consistency, compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, next steps and in the planning process, and then finally staff recommendations. So to provide a bit of background on why we are proposing these amendments, in recent years, state legislature has passed a number of new state housing laws with the goal of increasing the supply of housing, with a particular focus on affordable housing and housing for special needs groups. including seniors and individuals experiencing homelessness. So these amendments are required in order to comply with those new state laws. These laws are very prescriptive, meaning they leave little discretion for the county to modify provisions or text. And they include, and where there are options for us to modify provisions, we will highlight those throughout this presentation, so you'll be made aware of those. This includes amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code, or LUDC, and to the Coastal Zoning Ordinance, or CZO. And these amendments also modify existing sections of the code as well as add entirely new sections. So we're going to start by focusing on the sections that are being proposed for modification, including the density bonus program. So the density bonus program implements state density bonus law, and state density bonus law encourages the production of affordable housing by providing for increases in the maximum allowed density of a specific parcel in exchange for some portion of the units being restricted to particular levels of affordability. This includes concessions and incentives based on the percentage of affordable units, as well as waivers and modifications to development standards that would have the effect of physically precluding development at the allowed density. And recent changes to state law include increased eligibility, increase in the size of the density bonuses, an increase in the maximum number of concessions, which went from 4 to 5, as well as changes in the required parking ratios. So this brings us to one of our optional provisions, which is that the state sets the affordability period for 55 years for projects developed through this density bonus program, and gives the county discretion to increase that period of time. So staff are proposing to extend the period of affordability for those affordable units before they convert to market rate to 90 years. And the reasons we're proposing this are to maintain the inventory of affordable housing created through the density bonus program for a longer period of time, and also to align with the county's 2023 to 2031 housing elements, goals, policies, and programs. So the next section that we will discuss is the transitional and supportive housing section. So this is an existing section of the code, though as part of these amendments, we're proposing to relocate these into standalone sections rather than as components of community care facilities. The modifications to the content of these codes are relevant to by right supportive housing. So the state has passed provisions to allow for supportive housing projects to be processed ministerially without a discretionary permit for projects that meet certain requirements. So in the inland area, this would mean a zoning clearance, and in the coastal zone, this would be a coastal development permit. And some of the requirements that must be met are that these are in zones that allow multifamily and mixed uses. They must also be 100% affordable to low-income households, and 25% or 12 units, whichever is greater, must be for supportive housing. Supportive services must also be provided on site. These projects are only subject to objective development standards, and that includes the objective design standards that we'll be discussing a little bit later on. And there are specific deadlines for review and approval of these projects. So this brings us to another of our optional provisions, which is that the county has the discretion to increase the limit of units for a by right supportive housing project. So it is set by the state to 50 units, but we are proposing to increase that maximum to 75 units. And the reasons we're proposing this are to increase the available housing for special needs groups and to align with the 2023 to 2031 housing element. So this next set of standards is an existing section in the LUDC, but a new section for the CZO. So this is the multiple unit and in mixed use housing objective design standards. So these standards were developed in response to an increase in state legislation that only allows for the application of established objective design standards. An objective in this sense means that there is no subjective judgment or opinion used to implement the standards. So the purpose of these standards is to provide the public and planners with objective criteria for multiple unit and mixed use projects that are not subject to review by a Board of Architectural Review or BAR. These were adopted into the LUDC in January of 2023. And since that time, staff has worked with representatives from the 4 county BARs to help refine the standards in the LUDC and incorporate them into the CZO. The objective design standards include 5 components: the purpose and intent, building design, site design, mixed-use standards, and utilitarian elements. And some of the changes that were made include the addition of an optional, non-binding conceptual review with a BAR, as well as giving staff the explicit ability to consult with a BAR chair or other design professional for determining conformity with the design standards. There are also updates to and addition to illustrations to demonstrate the standards, as well as a modification to the roof line variation for buildings longer than 50 feet, which was increased from 18 inches to 24 or 30 inches, depending on the number of stories. It also added a sloped roof minimum pitch for buildings 30 feet or taller, and a buffer for adjacent single-family residential zones when developing multifamily buildings of 3 stories or more. So these buffers could be open space, parking, landscape elements, or other site features. And there's also a proposed increase in the tree canopy coverage of walkways from 25% to 50%. I will now turn it over to Brianna Alamia to continue the presentation with another modified section, which is the qualifying housing streamlined review.
Thank you, Lila. My name is Brianna, and I'm going to go ahead and start talking about qualifying housing streamlined review. So the content of this chapter was adopted into the LUDC by the board last January. Staff is proposing minor revisions to comply with updated requirements. On January 1st, 2025, these state law requirements will go into effect in the coastal zone. In response, staff will propose relevant amendments to the CZO. The passage of SB 35 implemented a streamlined application review process for qualifying multiple unit and mixed-use housing projects that contain at least 50% affordable units and are located on urban infill sites. These projects are statutorily exempt from CEQA, require ministerial review, and follow objective design standards. These qualifying projects only require a zoning clearance. The provisions of this law only apply if the state has determined the county has made insufficient progress toward meeting its share of its RHNA, which is determined annually as part of the annual progress report. Since June 2018, state HCD has made annual determinations that the county has made insufficient progress toward meeting its very low income RHNA, and is therefore subject to SB 35 ministerial approval process for proposed developments with at least 50% affordability. The proposed amendments to this chapter comply with updated requirements, including extending the expiration date to January 2036, additions of a public meeting requirement for certain projects, further requirements for California tribal consultation, timelines for application approval, and procedures for modifications to an approved project. I'm going to transition to discussing the last ordinance being proposed in the LUDC and the CZO, low barrier navigation centers. So low barrier navigation centers, or LBNCs, are service-enriched shelters serving as temporary housing focused on moving people into permanent housing. LBNCs contain case managers who focus on connecting the individuals experiencing homelessness to income, public benefits, health services, shelter, and housing. LBNCs apply in mixed-use zones and non-residential zones permitting two-family or multiple family uses. The proposed ordinance establishes streamlined permit procedures and development standards for LBNCs meeting specified criteria. Streamlined LBNCs shall not be subject to Board of Architectural Review, and the director shall consider LBNC applications ministerially. The ordinance establishes application review timelines and is set to expire on January 1st, 2027, unless extended. So for policy and ordinance consistency, the proposed ordinances implement mandated state laws and are consistent with the county's existing policies and ordinances. They are consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the 2023 to 2031 housing element updates, goals, and policies. They are further consistent with applicable community and area plans and the coastal land use plan. The proposed ordinances allow for development consistent with existing land use designations. Projects in the coastal zone do not lessen the effect of and must be consistent with all applicable policies and provisions of the local coastal program. Now to discuss environmental review. The proposed LUDC and CZO amendments are exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, as there is no possibility of significant effect on the environment. No physical development is being proposed or approved as part of this project, but future development projects would be subject to individual review. The proposed CZO amendments are further exempt per CEQA guidelines section 15265, which statutorily exempts local government activities involving the preparation and adoption of local coastal program amendments from environmental review. As for the next steps in this process, staff will be presenting the proposed ordinance amendments to the board for adoption on February 13th, 2024. Staff is currently working with the California Coastal Commission to review the proposed CZO amendments for Coastal Commission approval later this year. To conclude, staff recommends that your commission take the following actions: make the required findings for approval, determine that the proposed ordinances are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and finally adopt the resolutions recommending that the board adopt case number 21 ORD1 and 21 ORD3. This concludes our presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for that presentation, and I'm going to ask the commissioners. I think the commissioners by hand would actually have a lot of comments, or would they?
I personally have 3 questions, but I can rattle them off pretty quickly, and I think you can answer them pretty quickly.
Well, we'll try that.
Yeah. But I don't know about Commissioner Bradley.
I'm empty. I'm empty. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Should I go ahead?
Yes, please,
Okay.
Commissioner Park.
First, on the objective design standards, I don't think I was listening very well. I understand that there'll be amendment to the coastal zoning ordinance to incorporate the objective design standards. But do you also go back and amend the LUDC to update it to what you're doing in the CZO?
Commissioner, through the chair, yes, that's correct.
I want to praise somebody. I don't know who to praise, but you can take it if you want. Take credit. I was concerned a year ago when we were pushing really hard for the objective design standards that, in fact, when we heard it here, we had very little input from architects and the BARs. They didn't really have the opportunity for it. And but somebody's gone back and gotten that. And I think that's really an excellent thing to have done. So whoever I should be praising, I praise you. Okay. The LNBC, the low, no. What does LNBC stand for? It's Low Navigation Barrier Center. Okay, I got it right. See, I learn all these acronyms. What's that actually look like? Is that like a little office in the county building and somebody will be there to answer questions? Or what's an LNBC?
Commissioner, through the chair, it's a type of shelter. So it's a serviced, enriched shelter for individuals experiencing homelessness.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
Like a
I'm glad I
dignity
asked the
moves.
question then.
Like, I'm sorry. Like the Dignity Moves model, maybe?
I didn't understand.
Commissioner, through the chair, I'm not sure physically how they will look. The requirement is to be providing services on site, as well as to reduce some of the most common barriers to entry. So some of those are privacy, ability to bring possessions with them, keeping family groups together except in special instances.
Okay, so
Those are some
it's
examples.
so it's a homeless person be there and get advice on how to get through to other services. Okay, I'm so naive that I was thinking maybe this is projection is the word, that you'd have an LMBC and it would be for developers and homeowners to go in and find out how to get through all the barriers to understanding the new state housing laws and take advantage of them, like SB 9 and so forth. Well, that'll be another one. So okay, last thing, I was excited to see this on our agenda, and I thought, oh, we're going to learn all about AB 1033, which I think is basically went into effect already and allows owners of ADUs to convert them into condominiums. And that's like telling me you're going to turn a fish into a bird. I don't quite get it, but that's not on your agenda for today. Is that something we're going to hear about soon?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that is not on our agenda today. And that is a state law that was adopted that allows jurisdictions to provide for separate conveyance of ADUs, but it's not a requirement. So when we brought forward the ADU package last fall, a few months ago, we did not bring that forward as an option at that time. It had just been gone into effect. So it's possible we might revisit that as a next package of updates to the ADU laws as they continue to change. But right now, it's not something that we're proposing.
Well, looking a little broader in a sense, I remember Dan Clemon, I think it was at the end of 2022, it was in the fall. He made a presentation on the new state housing laws, and it covered that kind of thing as well as what we just did. Do you anticipate doing a presentation like that from LRP this year or no?
Sorry, just to clarify, of all the new housing laws?
Right, and that would include this kind of thing, AB 1033.
It was not something that we had planned on, but certainly if your commission requested something of that nature, we could pull something together.
I always like hearing it, but I don't know, honestly, whether the new state housing laws are limited to AB 1033 and not much else, or whether there's a whole panoply of them.
There is a lot. I think the state just signed a couple months ago 50 some odd new housing bills. So it's a mountain that we continue to try to wade through.
Okay, well, I don't know about the others, but I'd appreciate that kind of presentation again. Thanks. See, I'm done. It's only 5 after.
Oh, wow. Any other comments from the commissioners? All I have to really ask is in the development of these LBNCs these centers in regards to it. I take it we're going to hear more about those in regards to geographical restrictions around schools and so forth like that. Is that what we're going to hear about in the future, or is this something that is just for developers only, in a sense? I'm mystified by this. That's what I'm getting at.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there's currently no provision in the state law requiring any type of buffer from schools or other facilities of that nature.
So it'll be project by project that will come before us.
It would be no. So these LBNCs are subject to only ministerial, non-discretionary review. So it would be staff level determinations.
Yeah. So we won't even see these things.
You will not see them.
Wow.
And this is one of those where state law is fairly prescriptive, so we don't have a lot of say in the matter.
Yeah. Only reason I voiced my concern is I just read some articles where they're not even requiring these individuals to even comply with the provided services as a requirement of being there. I've read a lot about that, but it's just my comment in general. Okay, so no other comments in regards to this. Is this an action? I'm trying to figure out, is this an action item that we need? Or just to hear that this is what's going to happen and it's not going to come before you?
So,
Mr. Chair, oh, go ahead.
So before anyone makes a motion, and which is up on the screen, we just need to make sure to call for public comment.
Yes. Yes.
And
Any public comment?
no requests for this one.
No requests. Okay. And any commissioners willing to make a recommendation at this time?
Mr. Cooney wants to.
Commissioner Park or Commissioner Cooney?
I think you sense that this is a difficult motion to make for any of us who have cared about planning in a thoughtful way and have been surprised by the continuous flow of guidance from Sacramento. But in order to get to our lunch break, I am willing to follow the recommendations of staff to make the required findings for approval, determine that 21 ORD 00001 and 21 ORD 00003 are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and adopt resolutions recommending that the board adopt these two ordinances as well.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. And so if we could have a roll call on this?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Brightly.
Regrettably, aye.
Okay. I thought that was the letter I, not the A-Y-E. Sorry.
A-Y-E. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner
A-Y-E.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
And Chair Martinez.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners, for working with us on that. And then we'll take our lunch break, and it'll be for an hour, and come back at 1:07. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We're back to our session today for the Planning Commission, and our last and final item on our agenda today is what's up in front of us, which is the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance Amendments. And I take it the first one we hear from is from staff.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read into the record?
Yes, please.
Okay, just checking.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission consider the proposed agricultural enterprise ordinance project and recommend amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code and Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance.
Now, staff, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Martinez and Commissioners. So staff has a brief presentation. We put together some slides that kind of summarizes some of the meetings that we had over the past couple of weeks with the Agriculture Advisory Committee subcommittee. And so I'm going to turn it over to our project manager, Julie Harris, who's going to go over that brief presentation remotely.
Thank you, Mr. Lackey. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I'm going to be presenting an overview of the discussion of the Ag Advisory Committee's subcommittee and the discussion they had over several meetings. And while you're thinking about what the AAC is considering and recommending for your commission, I'd also like your commission to be thinking about what kind of direction you may want to provide to staff in preparation for making your own recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. As you'll hear today, the AAC subcommittee, members of who are present in your hearing room today, they have some suggestions to the ordinance amendments for better protection of agriculture. There are going to be quite a few details as we go through these brief set of slides, but I hope that you can bear with me to the end of the presentation, and we'll have plenty of time for questions and comments, and you'll be able to question the AAC subcommittee members themselves. So since your last Planning Commission hearing on the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, staff met with the ad hoc subcommittee of the AAC at 3 meetings on December 21st, January 5th, and January 8th. The subcommittee had, I think, very productive discussions regarding the application of variable setbacks from different types of agricultural commodities. They also had suggestions for making some revisions to the proposed permit levels for low impact camping, campgrounds, and farm stays. And however, due to time constraints, the group didn't have a chance to discuss other topics of concern to the subcommittee, including composting and educational experiences. And while they do recommend some setbacks for special events, they really didn't have an opportunity to talk about special events in more detail. Next slide. There was general agreement by the subcommittee that the following numbers would be its recommendations to the Planning Commission. For campgrounds, small-scale special events, and farm stays, the subcommittee recommends applying the variable setbacks on this slide. And these setbacks would apply to the premises that proposes the use. The variable setback distances are based on the type of agriculture that would be occurring on the adjacent premises. So we have 4 different basic types of agriculture represented on the slide. Row crops, which are often food crops, orchards, vineyards, and then grazing or rangelands. As I just mentioned, many of the row crops grown in Santa Barbara County are food crops, and food safety is of great importance to the farming operations, and the subcommittee would like to see that largest setback of 1,000 feet for ag enterprise uses that bring the public to a premises, including the campgrounds, the events, and the farm stays. if the use is going to be on a premises that's adjacent to another premises that is growing row crops. They also, for this particular, for when a use would be adjacent to a row crop operation, this is the one case where if a zoning clearance would be otherwise proposed, the Ag Advisory Subcommittee would prefer that the lowest level permit be a land use permit and not a zoning clearance. The subcommittee also recommends setbacks from orchards to be 500 feet and from vineyards and grazing lands to be 350 feet. So then there's one little caveat about farm stays that you can see on this slide with respect to grazing and rangelands. So the subcommittee generally felt that the setback for farm stays from grazing lands would only apply to a remotely located farm stay and not a farm stay that's proposed to occur within the principal dwelling or within that development envelope that surrounds the principal dwelling. And finally, a last comment on the setbacks. I also wanted to note that although the land use code includes a standard setback from roads and rights of way, which is typically 50 feet from center line and 20 feet from right of way, the subcommittee participants were very clear that they would like to see these setbacks apply even if there are intervening roads between the premises that's proposing the campground events or farm stay and a premises and an adjacent premises. Next slide. The subcommittee is also interested in there being an allowance for some limited low impact camping option in addition to the campgrounds that were already proposed in the ordinance text. This option for low impact camping is also taking into consideration that recent legislation that's pending in the state legislature, Senate Bill 620, and a proposal to allow up to 9 campsites for low impact camping. The AAC subcommittee proposes essentially a density of allowed campsites depending on the premises size, up to a maximum of 9 campsites in accordance with the proposed state legislation. No new structures would be allowed under this low impact camping option, and the landowner could not offer semi-permanent accommodations such as park trailers or yurts under this option. So in other words, this low impact camping would provide the provision of a place or a space for somebody to set up their own camp using their own camping equipment. The subcommittee would like to see this low impact option allowed with zoning clearance, except if the camping would be located adjacent to a row crop operation. As I mentioned on the previous slide, in that case, they would want to see the use allowed only with the land use permit. However, we do want to note that one of the hurdles is how to address the wastewater disposal. As currently the county code and the LAMP do not allow for the use of portable or chemical toilets for ongoing uses. And the requirement for an on-site wastewater treatment system may effectively result in no one taking advantage of this low impact camping opportunity. So thinking about that, the Planning Commission might want to consider making a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to request that the Environmental Health Services Division pursue revisions to the county code to allow portable toilets for low impact camping only. And I also wanted to present also another opinion that was and concern that was raised at the AAC subcommittee, which is, you know, while very supportive of this option, there's also some concern in the ag community that if the county does proceed with requesting allowing making some changes to the county's LAMP with the state water board, who is the approving body of that document, that they're concerned that the state water board might want to try to amend other regulations in the LAMP instead of staying focused on just one particular aspect that the county would like to modify. Next slide. So with regards to campgrounds and the rest of the proposed ordinance, apart from low impact camping, the subcommittee would like to propose that when considering the 15 sites on 100 acres or less that's currently proposed with a land use permit, that be reduced to a zoning clearance with some further reductions in the number of sites on smaller premises as proposed on this slide. 4 sites could be allowed on 40 to 60 acre premises, 8 sites on 60 to 80 acre premises, with 15 just for the largest 80 to 100 acre premises. Similar to their recommendations for low impact camping with the zoning clearance, they would prefer to see a land use permit if the proposed campground would be adjacent to a row crop operation. And apart from this slightly different number of campsites compared to the low impact camping option, the other key difference at this zoning clearance level to keep in mind is while low impact camping would just be the provision of the sites, this campground option would continue to propose allowing semi-permanent accommodations being provided by the property owner. So the yurts or the park trailers or, a parked, recreational vehicle, that sort of thing, which is part of the current proposal in the ordinance text. And then if you look at the right side of the table, the land use permit tier would propose they would just keep the same 20 sites being allowed on a 100 to 320 acre premises and up to 30 sites on a premises more than 320 acres. Something else when thinking about these options that the Planning Commission might want to consider with respect to the semi-permanent accommodations. So currently the proposed ordinance amendment text would allow one of these semi-permanent accommodations at each campsite. The Planning Commission might want to consider whether there should be some other limitations on the number of permanent site semi-permanent accommodations, or whether only a percentage of the sites should be allowed to have semi-permanent accommodations. So for example, if you're thinking about a 30 site campground, the consideration is under the current ordinance proposal, a landowner could offer a park trailer or a yurt or some other semi-permanent accommodation on each of those 30 sites. So you could end up with 30 park trailers, for example. Or would the commission want to balance that with providing some other opportunities for sites that don't have any of these structures located on the property? Next slide. Let's see. So the AAC subcommittee also recommends the development standards on this slide be included for both low impact camping and campgrounds in general. I'll run through these really quick, but just keep in mind some of these standards have not been proposed in the current draft ordinance text, but others would modify some of our draft ordinance text. So the standards that the AAC subcommittee is interested in are having some kind of on-site supervision for all camping permit levels, having a 40-acre minimum premises size before you to qualify for the camping operations, to limit the number of persons at each campsite to 6, to limit the stay in a campground to no more than 14 days per year, to provide some visual screening for campgrounds that provide the semi-permanent accommodations, and to consider more than one camping envelope for larger premises. For example, if the premises consists of 1,000 acres or more. They also suggest the Planning Commission consider prohibiting animals at campgrounds that are adjacent to row crops. Again, this is focused on the concern for food safety, as many of the row crops are leafy greens, broccoli, strawberries, plants that are many plants and food crops that are consumed raw, and they grow low to the ground. And then they would like to see the fire protection plan, environmental health service requirements, and noise and lighting standards, I believe, what are already proposed in the draft ordinance. Next slide. The subcommittee also recommends some changes to the allowances at each of the permit levels for farm stays. First, under the zoning clearance, the ordinance currently proposes that the farm stay overnight accommodations shall be sited within the existing principal dwelling only. And the AAC subcommittee would like to expand that to, at the zoning clearance level, also allow the conversion of existing permitted buildings or structures that are located in clustered proximity to the existing principal dwelling, and or they would like to reference permitted winery structural development. And the reason for that clarification with the winery structural development is while a farm stay is still going to require that there be a principal dwelling on the premises to qualify for a farm stay. With winery premises, you may have winery development located in a different area from the dwelling, and it might be that there could be an opportunity that might make more sense for the winery operation to locate it in close proximity to the winery rather than the principal dwelling. And then under the zoning clearance, the number of guests per night would remain at 10, but instead of limiting the option to 4 bedrooms, they would propose to increase the option to 5 bedrooms. Next slide. The AAC subcommittee would also recommend that the length of stay at a farm stay be reduced to 14 consecutive days instead of 30. And then, as we noted on that first slide where we were showing the setbacks that they would like to see, there would the setbacks would be added to the farm stay section. Currently there are no specific setbacks proposed for farm stays that are adjacent to row crops, orchards, or vineyards. And then with respect to the grazing and rangelands, those setbacks would only apply to a farm stay that's proposed to be located remotely. And then that remote farm stay would only be allowed with the minor CUP under the current proposal. And next slide. And last, under farm stays, the AAC subcommittee recommended that we, when talking about the location of a farm stay in close proximity to the existing principal dwelling, as well as the alternative, as we mentioned under the zoning clearance option, that it could also be located adjacent or in proximity to the permitted winery structural development. And that completes staff's summary of the discussion with the AAC subcommittee. And there, we staff are available for your questions. I know the subcommittee members are present today as well, and I'll hand it back to you, Mr. Chair. Take it away. Thank you.
Yes, do we have any comments from, and thank you for that presentation, and do we have any comments from the commissioners at this point?
Yeah.
No. I take it staff is here too, and they have something to add, but, or not?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just I would to add to Ms. Harris's presentation. So we wanted to thank the members of the AAC subcommittee for being available to meet on the short notice. I think we were very productive, at least, and I know there's additional issues that we weren't able to address thoroughly. the kind of recommendations and suggested revisions that we showed you on the slides, those were also ones that staff is comfortable with if the commission wants to go in those directions. But there was some general consensus also from staff in support of those recommendations. And so we also have Mr. Paul Van Leer, the chair for the Ag Advisory Committee here, and I'm not sure if Paul just has some general comments that initially you'd like to kind of characterize, and then if there's specific questions or additional comments or perspectives you want to add, please do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lackey and Chair Martinez and commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to work with your staff. It was very fruitful. I think worked out. We had 3 good sessions. We would like to have more if we could to work through additional activities and issues. As you can see, we're more focused on the concerns of the row crop and everything reflecting around row crops. So if you can just bear that in mind, what we were lesser concerned about as you go down from orchards to vineyards and grazing land. So I think that this is kind of a win-win for everybody. I believe that we are concerned about the issues we're concerned about. We're also concerned about allowing these activities, which was the whole point of this whole ordinance, on these areas where there's not going to be a food safety issue. So that's kind of where our premise is behind this, so you know. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to ask you questions, and we have 2 additional, we have 1 member right here and then 2 behind us from the Ag Subcommittee that are specific on different crops if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, but Mr. Bradley, did you have?
Yeah, it's probably a question for staff, and it has to do with definitions of campground versus campsite. I have the packet from November 29th, and I guess I'm just not sure where that is, but they're 2 different things, right? Campground versus campsite. So when you're making these recommendations on the slide, for example, how does that differ from campsite?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So the campground would be your, whatever level of permit level you would be seeking a permit for 1 campground on the premises. That campground may be allowed a variable amount of individual campsites within it. And so, for example, in the ordinance, we were looking at the range from 15 to 20 to 30 campsites. Those are the individual campsites where somebody could rent out and camp out. And so,
And that so that intensity, where is that in the that's not in a definition, that's actually in an ordinance section.
correct.
Right?
The number, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, the number of campsites within the campground are listed out in the draft ordinance language under different permit levels.
Okay.
And it's based on, at least initially, based on the premises size. So, for example, if you were between 100 and 320 acres, it was recommended that you could have up to 20 campsites in that single campground.
Okay. And what about the low impact camping option? How is that distinguished?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So this is something new that we've put into writing. So you haven't seen this. It's not in the ordinance currently, but it sort of came out of the discussions of the draft legislation, the Senate Bill 620, that was looking to allow these low impact camping opportunities. And so there was comments also from members of the public that to maybe consider that as an option. So that was one of the things that we did discuss with the subcommittee. We used the same numbers that are at least were initially outlined sort of in the model legislation for the draft legislation for SB 620, which allowed up to 9 campsites. And so we used that sort of in sort of a similar gradation based on the premises size. And the intent was that those, I think would be basic low type of camping,
Like
low
a tent on the ground, no elevated structure.
Right. So it would prohibit any of those, semi-permanent accommodations. It would just allow a campsite that you could rent out, put up a tent camp or car camp, or drive in your camper and
Okay.
stay at that campsite.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Park?
So I got a question for you, Chairman Martinez, is, because I want to go through these and discuss them, but is that what we're doing right now? Or are we
Yes.
just asking questions, or are we about to hear presentations from the subcommittee? Or
Well,
what?
I would think that's now the time to ask the questions regarding, since you have both the subcommittee and the staff available for questions. And right now, yes.
Okay, well, some of my questions are going to blend into comments.
Yeah,
Okay, but
understood.
I don't know how else to do it. Okay, first thing preliminarily, I'm really glad you guys found the time to meet this frequently. That's really something, meeting every few days, and it takes a lot of time. And it's and I can see what a difference it made, because there's a lot of detail you've addressed here that wasn't well addressed in letters we've seen before from anybody or from staff's work, and it shows that these are ideas that are coming from the agricultural community, which is really important for me to see. So I really applaud that. And you had to sit here through this. Now you have to sit here and listen to me. We'll see how that goes. Some thoughts, though. On the setbacks, one thing I really like here is you're not just talking about setbacks from parcel lines, or I don't think you are. I think you're talking about setbacks from activities. So if the Rancho San Fernando Rey is next to a 5,000 acre ranch, and over on one side of it, the opposite side from the Rancho San Fernando Rey, they have 50 acres of cucumbers, okay, that's going to be like 20,000 feet away from the property boundary, all right? So are we looking at the property boundary for these setbacks? Or are we looking for the use? I'm figuring you meant the use when you specify it's row crop or orchard or whatever, not just a parcel that happens to have some orchard on it. That's a question.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Park,
through the chair.
go ahead, Julie.
Sorry. So we're talking about the setbacks being from the premises boundary of the premises that wants to do the use. So if you are a large property that has maybe grazing going on in one area and some crops being grown on another area, but it's your own premises, you do not have to comply with these setbacks. You will most likely propose the use where it would be least impactful to your ag operation. But if it's your own ag operation, on your own premises, on the same premises, we don't regulate that setback. The setback regulation is if the row crop or the other, it's whatever type of crop is on the adjacent premises that is not under control by the same landowner. That is when the setbacks would apply.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think just to clarify to your point, if you had proposing a use and the adjacent property was a large property, but its row crops were on the far other end, we would not consider that adjacent row crop, the proposed use being adjacent to a row crop.
So you're measuring from the campground to where the row crop starts.
Well, you're measuring from the premises boundary, but there would have to be that adjacent crop type, whether it's the row crops, orchards, or vineyards, have to be adjacent to that property boundary for that setback to apply.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, is it okay if I restate? Because I think it's getting confusing with the terminology we're using with premises and sites. So can I restate it, and then hopefully
It's
I
a huge
can get it?
difference. And that's what I have to jump into. But yeah,
So
you go ahead.
I think what we're articulating is the campground would be considered the proposed project, and that's the premise, and that's where you'd start the measuring, the premise being the premise of the campground. And then the measuring would start from the campground to the adjacent parcel. And if there's row crops on the adjacent parcel or property, it'd be measured from the campground to the adjacent property or where those row crops are being grown. So that's where that 1,000 feet or whatever the proposed setback would be. You'd have to be 1,000 feet from an adjacent property's agricultural operation or row crop operation. So what Julie was talking about, and that might be confusing, is if there was on-site operations, the setback wouldn't be triggered with on-site operations. So similar to cannabis, cannabis was considered the premise, and you would start the measuring from the growing operations, but in this case, we're saying the agriculture enterprise operation, the campground or whatever that is, that would be the premise, and then you'd measure to the adjoining or adjacent parcels agriculture operation. So I'm looking to Alex and David to validate what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I think, yeah, generally that's kind of the concept. Certainly we're looking at, campground's going to be a stationary location, so you're going to be able to measure that. I think it warrants input from the Planning Commission on some of the other uses like small-scale events where you may just have people interacting on that property. It's not stationary and may not necessarily be controllable. And so I think that's a bucket here. Let's just put that over here. But for a farm stay or campground where you have a stationary location, the 1,000-foot setback would be from that envelope for the campground, measure it, and you're looking at the adjacent properties, but also the concept there could be an intervening road. Maybe it's just 100 feet wide, and then right on the other side of the road you've got some row crops. So you would, it's as the crow flies, you would still be counting the measurement to where the surrounding row crop is. There's some certainly discretion, and we'd want to have clarification on it because over time the agricultural commodities shift on different property. They may be fallow at a certain point in time, and so probably want to consider those areas that have either historically or have the potential or have recent been in production versus if it's just a grazing component that's been completely different, and then beyond that is the row crops.
So Mr. Chair, I'm going to cut in again. So I think the discussion amongst the commissioners is, and maybe feedback from the AAC is, where do we want to measure from? So an example is, again, I'm going back to the most recent one, is cannabis, where we set some buffers and setback, where you measured from the cannabis operation to a sensitive receptor, which was a school or a daycare. So the discussion or the consideration for the commission is, where do we want to set that setback measuring distance? To the property line or to an adjacent existing agricultural operation, a row crop, or whatever we may want to call a sensitive receptor for agricultural operations. Hopefully that clarifies the discussion or the consideration for the commission today.
I want to explain where the ambiguity comes from, though, and it comes from P&D, okay? And I'm not criticizing you for it, but it kind of turned out that way, because I accept that in several other ordinances, including the cannabis ordinance, premises is not really the whole property, it's that particular location. But you have a reference to minimum premises for all camping, 40-acre minimum premises for all camping. That's on your slide, low impact camping / campground development standards and elsewhere. And there, you're referring to a concept that came up in the workshops on farm stays a couple of years ago. I was very much involved in it, where we were talking about minimum premises of the whole ranch or farm that's going to have that. Because as we know, or some of you should know, there are some relict Ag 2 parcels that are under 40 acres in size. There are even some 5-acre and some 15-acre ones. The 15-acre ones that are at the end of Sweeney Road, the western end of it in Lompoc, you might notice were highly sought after by cannabis farms because they could get away with certain things on Ag 2 parcels. So, when I first saw the reference to premises, or I hear the reference to premises, I'm thinking, oh, you must be referring to premises as used in this statement, 40-acre minimum premises for all camping, but you're using it in two ways.
So Chair and Commissioners, and I think that may be a good discussion that we have today, is defining the use of the term premises versus parcel versus lot versus site. Because it is getting confusing when we're interchanging premises. So I think that may be a direction to staff as far as the ordinance amendment is clarifying these terms and how we want to use them in terms of setting up boundaries and establishing setbacks.
I agree, and I'm going to get to that. But anyway, I praise you that you're going from activity to activity with these distances, and I don't, I don't know if I totally agree with every buffer. I want to think about it some more, but I think it's really good that you've made it variable. I want to point out kind of a definitional problem though when we're talking about the buffer to grazing land. Okay, I can go look at a Farini farm and I can see where the strawberries and blueberries start, and it might be there's a whole flood channel in between that and the property line, or some land that isn't used, or God knows what, right? Same thing with orchards, same things with vineyards, but when you get to grazing land or range land, pretty much every square foot on a ranch, like Mary Hayden's ranch, it's grazing land or ranch land or whatever, okay? So if you go over to Vega Vineyard and you go up the road to the upper vineyard, you'll see a little pocket, which would be the very best place to put park mod trailers or yurts or whatever you want, just because it's not taking anything out of agriculture. It's in a rocky, funny little spot, but it's very near the property line. And on the other side of the property line is just some old Mediterranean type grass, and it's at a slope that's about what would that be, 150% grade. There's no cow that's ever going to go over there because they couldn't stand on all four legs, okay? And so that's a perfect place to put that. But it's honestly about a 50-foot distance from where those things ought to go in that property boundary. Which, if we don't care about property boundaries, that's one thing. But if we define here this use as grazing rangeland, well, by definition, grazing rangeland is going to be anything on any ranch. It's going to start at the property line. You folks understand that? I hope so. And so I'd like to see that kind of adjusted. And the fact that I want to see some things adjusted doesn't mean that you did a bad job. I agree with everything. It's just that the devil's going to be in the details, right? Another thing that's left out on this page, oh, I see their number over here on the side, page 3, is there's no reference to setbacks to residential. And we got to sort that one out too. If you look at the record, there's been some letters from the so-called Buttonwood neighbors, and there's been a lot of controversy that was engendered from people's thought of what a Buttonwood project was going to be, based on some newspaper articles that horrified people in Los Olivos area. You must know what I'm talking about. And there, you've got about 110-acre Ag 2 parcel that's surrounded by some Ag 1 parcels and residential parcels. So there what are you measuring to? The people around there, they want you to measure to where their houses are, okay? They don't have orchards and row crops and other things that you've listed here in vineyards. They've got houses because they're a residential neighborhood surrounding an Ag 2 parcel. So we need to stick something in there that's kind of similar. In the winery ordinance, there's a buffer like that, and I think it's something like 1,000 feet from the activity at the winery and the nearest residence. But I'm going from memory. Maybe Ms. Petrovich remembers that, but there's something like that. So I just would hope that we add that on to this. Let me go to page 4, the low impact camping option. A couple of things come to mind. When we've got 150 plus acres for 9 sites, okay, that brings up this whole thing about parcel or premises. And I get kind of familiar with the difference because I do a lot of planning of rides and things on big ranches, and I look at CalTopo and other things where I can pull up topographical information, all that, but I can also pull up parcel boundaries. So I've seen that on the Chamberlain Ranch, and the Rancho San Fernando Rey, and the Sisquoc Ranch, and others. You take an example of the Rancho San Fernando Rey. It's about 5 really big parcels, but it's not one big 38,000 acre parcel. So are we talking about 9 sites per parcel, or are we talking about 9 sites for the premises? If it's 9 sites for the premises, to me that borders on the ridiculous, because you got a ranch that's the size of Rhode Island, and you're going to say, well, you can have the same number of sites as a place that's got 150 acres on it. And I don't think that's fair to large ranch owners, and I would include Mary Hayden and the Chamberlain Ranch. There ought to be some scalability to scale up depending on how big your acreage is. And I had thought that maybe one way, I was just thinking about this, riding my horse, of course, that when we're looking at so many units per 320 acres, that we allow that for other parcels as well, additional campsites, as long as they're that size or larger. So there's going to be some formula we can do, but we ought to do one, and we ought to make that distinction between, a full property, because I don't like the word premises here, or just parcel. Then on the semi-permanent camping accommodations, I appreciate that you've dealt with this low-impact camping option, and I think that's something that the HIP Camp letter refers to, and the HIP Camp folks have a lot of experience with this, including in this county, so that's smart. I'm still troubled by what we're calling a semi-permanent camping accommodation. I don't like lumping yurts and Airstream trailers, travel trailers, and Park Mod trailers, and their latest iteration, which is basically a shorter but wider unit. Looks like it's basically the same thing as a prefab ADU, because I don't see those prefab ADUs as campsites. Okay, I don't want to see 30 of them parked in a village somewhere and have that called a campsite. I can see that with yurts. The county does it with yurts at Lake Cachuma, I think at Halama, but definitely at Lake Cachuma. And that's one of the reasons it bothers people like the Buttonwood folks, because what they believed from the newspaper articles they were going to see next door as a result of this ordinance, and they're raising hell about it, was 60 campsites scattered throughout the vineyards, and each one of them was going to be basically an apartment of its own, which is essentially what these prefab ADUs are. They use the same kind of chassis as a Park Mod trailer. They'll just bring in 2 halves on different trailers. They plant them, dig a trench for the trailers, drop the wheels off, and bingo, you've got a 1,200 square foot ADU. And I don't think people want to see those, or at least the public does, want to see those counted as campsites. So I'd like to draw a distinction between those and yurts and travel trailers. Another reason is, and I get this from talking to people like Mary and others over the years, ranch owners don't want to spend millions building a campsite. Hotel developers do, but ranch owners don't want to do that. That's why they like HIP Camp. Bring in your RV and park it somewhere and leave me alone. And we'll have a porta potty and all that, and I'm behind all that. But that's the kind of people we're trying to serve with this ordinance, not somebody who's going to come in with tons and tons of bucks. I mean, literally millions to build out what's essentially a hotel with separate rooms that are called semi-permanent structures. So that's
Oh, wow, time's flying.
that's just my loud voice. I have these powers that others don't. And then, of course, the biggest ambiguity there is where does an RV fit in? Because that's where a lot of folks are going to come to ranches. That's where a lot of the HIP Camp customers come from. And if an RV is counted as a semi-permanent accommodation, we're going backwards, okay? Because this first draft of this ordinance that we saw, it got radically altered in the NOE process or NOP process, called for just 2 out of 10 sites to allow RVs, and the RVs had to be 25 feet or shorter. And I challenged staff at the time to find me an RV that was 25 feet or shorter, and why limit it to 2? And staff generously revised their thinking and redid the whole process. But if we're going to classify RVs as semi-permanent structures, then we're going to have a lot of limitations here that will unintentionally limit RVs. So if you folks at AAC have comments on that, I'd like to hear it, but I think you probably agree with me. I don't know. Excuse me.
Commissioner Park, I believe Julie Harris has her hand up, and we just can't see her because she's the staff. Maybe it's in response to some of your comments or suggestions. I'd welcome Julie if she has something to say right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I did have a couple of clarifications I wanted to make after listening to Commissioner Park, and I just want to clarify a couple of items that I heard. Listening to the conversation, I wanted to try to provide a clarification between as to how staff used premises, how we've used premises in the ordinance, and how we used premises in discussing setbacks with the AAC subcommittee. So typically in the land use code, setbacks are applied from a parcel or a lot line, a lot boundary. And when this ordinance was being developed, there was a determination that these uses could be allowed not per legal lot, but per premises. And that property, or so that's that whole property. And the premises is defined as these contiguous parcels, contiguous lots that are under the same ownership. So, and the reason for that is sometimes you have properties that could be made up of, 10 or 20 legal lots, but they're all under the same ownership and they're all functioning and being farmed or ranched as a whole, as one unit. And so the proposed ordinance is to allow the use per the premises and not per legal lot. And therefore, the setbacks that are being considered would be setbacks from that outermost boundary or premises boundary for the combination of parcels or lots that are under the same ownership. And that's the current intent and proposal. I also just wanted to make a clarification as to why there is no recommended setback from residential development in the tables that are presented today. And that is because the AAC subcommittee, it's not really under their purview to make recommendations on setbacks from residential uses. They recognize that that is important, but they wanted to focus their discussion and conversation on the protection of agricultural resources. I think there were there were one or two other things I noted. I think the most recent thing, Commissioner Park, you referenced was how does an RV fit in? And I think that's a good question. The reason why I think it came up as semi-permanent is it's more of a contextual item, and so that may need to get clarified. But when we started talking about proposing that a landowner could provide some kind of accommodation other than the space to camp. And those accommodations are some kind of structure, but they're looking at the park trailer as an option, a yurt, a tent cabin, or as what was brought up in our workshops, putting an RV trailer on the site, like an Airstream trailer, and renting that out. So even though that isn't a structure that requires a building permit, and technically it is an RV in every way, it's not an RV that the camper is towing to the site and parking. It is an RV that the landowner is providing and putting on the site. And so it would be sitting there day after day, whether or not somebody is paying to rent that space. So that's why it would be semi-permanent in that situation. So I think that's more of a context question. I hope that helps at least clarify. And then we'll have to figure out how to address that as we go forward. And then I think the last thing I wanted to point out, when we were looking at the low impact camping option, showing in the table showing up to 9 sites, we were talking about, and the AAC was talking about 9 sites per the premises. So if you have a 150 acre premises, that could be made up of multiple legal lots, or it could just be one legal lot by itself. Provided it's all under one ownership, or you could have a several thousand acre premises made up of, several legal lots, but we were still looking at the premises because again, that was the proposal in the context for campgrounds, and now it's the same proposal in context for low impact camping. So I just hope that clarifies things a little bit, and then will help you in making your considerations. Thank you.
I'm going to be forthright. It actually doesn't clarify a lot of things, because it looks to me like when we're looking at the setbacks that are proposed by the AAC, they're talking about activity to activity, okay? Campground to farming. And you're referring to premises boundaries and getting back to boundary lines, which conflicts with what Secretary Wilson described. And then that can border on the ridiculous. In fact, go beyond the border when you're saying that if the Rancho San Fernando Rey over on the east side, okay, of that 38,000 acres wants to put a campground, then we measure the setback from the western boundary to the closest row crop, which might be a 3-hour drive on their ranch roads to even get over there. And so we've got to resolve that in this ordinance. I'm all in favor of doing it the way I think AAC wants to do it, where it's activity to activity without regard to some boundary line that artificially defines the premises.
Commissioner Park through the chair. I don't think, well, 2 things. One is, in our conversations with the AAC, we didn't really get into the exact details of the situation you're referring to. And all you have here is just some summary information. Obviously, we haven't taken anything and put it in the context of ordinance language. So that's where a lot of those kind of details will get sorted out. But I don't think you're quite understanding the proposal, which is if you have a campground, in your example, on the eastern portion of a 20,000 acre ranch, and there's row crops to the west, 1.5 miles away, you would be measuring the setback from the campground to the premises boundary. You wouldn't be measuring from the premises boundary to the adjacent row crop. So it's how far is the use setback from the premises boundary?
I understand that, but that's not what Ms. Harris just said.
Actually, I think it is, but
okay.
We will. There's obviously we're just talking concepts here. We can come back with language that would describe and more clearly articulate what your commission wants to do and how you would like to structure the setbacks, and we can certainly hear from the Ag Advisory Committee as to how they'd like to structure the setbacks. I think I would caution, though, if we do it from the row crop or the orchard itself, that can be a moving target, and that's where it's can get difficult, because if you're establishing a 1,000-foot setback that from the adjacent row crop, that then kind of locks in that row crop in terms of not being able to expand or shift locations.
Which isn't necessarily so bad if you know you have your campground or whatever set up and somebody wants to expand in your direction, maybe you don't give them the same treatment as somebody who had one there when the campground was put in. Okay, that doesn't bother me. Another case, an example of that is at the Rancho San Fernando Rey. There's a doctor that has a 20-acre parcel across the river from the ranch. So we're talking about a 20-acre parcel being next to a 38,000-acre parcel. And that doctor put in English oak trees so that he can grow truffles. Okay, and so I guess they'll have a truffle pig or a truffle dog to go dig them up. And I think that some of you guys are looking at me and saying, that sounds kind of crazy. And I think, well, none of you have ever experienced that before. But I don't necessarily want to allow that person to dictate what happens on the 38,000-acre ranch because he wants to expand his English oak trees for growing truffles in their direction. So I understand your point, Mr. Tuttle, but I don't necessarily agree with it.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I might add one more. I'm sorry that you are not understanding what I said. Alex Tuttle, I think, explained it clearly what I was trying to say. We measure setbacks typically from a parcel boundary. And in this case, the premises boundary is still a parcel boundary. We don't typically measure them from, in this case, the row crop on the adjacent property, because it's hard to enforce something that could be changing all the time depending on what that farmer wants to do and what he wants to farm on our property. It's why we create setbacks from a boundary of a parcel, because that is fixed and it doesn't change. In the instance of a very large property like Rancho San Fernando Rey, if they wanted to do camping on the eastern part of the property and a mile away to the west, there's a row crop operation that abuts their property boundary on the west side. They are clearly more than 1,000 feet away from that campground, is more than 1,000 feet away from that parcel boundary where there's an adjacent row crop. So the setback isn't even an issue at that point. They're more than the setback that would apply. The only time it becomes an issue is if they wanted to put that campground on the west side adjacent to the row crop, then they would need to set back 1,000 feet from the property boundary adjacent to the row crop.
So Chair and Commissioners, we're going down a
You're going down 3 or 4 different rabbit holes.
Yes.
Each member from P&D says, I don't understand it, and you're telling me what the other person said, but you're describing 3 different things. I'm not stupid. I tried cases for 45 years and went into this. And you know what you just described, Ms. Harris, is if you're on the western side of Rancho San Fernando Rey and you're going to put in a farm stay, and there's a 10,000-acre ranch next to you, and they've got way over on their western boundary 2 acres of tomatoes, that you're not going to measure between the campground and the tomatoes. You're going to measure between the campground and the boundary line between them, because that's the parcel line. That's not what Mr. Wilson described. It's not what Mr. Tuttle described. It's what you're describing. It's not what AAC described. It's not what I think is rational. But I'm kind of tired of keep hearing from staff that I don't understand what you really mean. I'd like to go forward and tell you what I mean by going through this set of recommendations.
I think, Mr.
This
Chair.
is a planning commission.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Park, that's where I was at, is that's really for you've heard like 5 different variations of how you can measure a setback.
Yeah.
So it's really the commission to decide to give direction to staff to say, we'd like you to either, if you can agree today of how you want to measure the setback, or provide direction to staff to explore what setbacks would look like from activity to activity or from property line to proposed project site. So that's really the direction we're asking for the commission to come up with today. I could probably come up with 5 more different variations of how to come up with setbacks, but we can.
Well, it sounds like we already have the distance. It's just a matter of where you go from point A to point B in that distance. So if that could, obviously, I think from Commissioner Park's position and the explanation been going back and forth, that's obviously something staff can work on with the Agricultural Committee. And I guess that's what we're looking to do from this long discussion regarding point A to point B.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, I think the direction to staff, or since we have members of AAC here, is a discussion on, does the distance adequate and where do we want to start that measuring? So that's really the discussion for the Planning Commission, because staff will keep coming up with different variations. So it's really, does the commission okay with the distance that the AAC is proposing? And if so, what is the measuring points that we want to do that with?
Well, I
provide
think,
direction
and
to staff.
I'm not trying to speak for Commissioner Park, but I think his logic is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is knowing where the measurement is from A to B will then dictate whether we can say whether it's reasonable for 350 feet, 1,000 feet, or whatever. You first have to know where you're measuring from.
Bingo. Okay. Let's.
History was just made. 2 lawyers agree with each other. That's history right there.
But I'm not a lawyer anymore. Actually, I'm licensed, and I'll never get rid of it.
So that
Let me
we
go
have
on
one
to
there.
page 6, because I want to go through these comments. And again, I praise you for thinking this stuff through. You did a really good job, and you advanced us towards the goal line. That's what counts. But on page 6, we talk about the campsite maximum as 6 persons. You know, I come from polygamous families, believe it or not, and many of my closer ancestors still have large families, and there's certain cultures and ethnicities in our county that have large families. And my family, my own personal family of 6 people, is considered a small family from my rural background. And so 6 people is just too small. Okay, it just needs to be bigger, 10 or whatever, but it just needs to be bigger so we don't force people to have to get 2 or 3 or 4 campsites. Getting on to the farm stays, I think this is useful in distinguishing what's allowed with a zoning clearance and what's allowed with an LUP, and you did that on certain sizes of campsites as well. Okay, and I think that's a deft maneuver, and that's a compliment. Not deaf like you can't hear, but deft, skillful. And here's the reason why. What has troubled me for years in thinking about this stuff is I like zoning clearances because they're not appealable. And yet we at least have an application. We can keep track of what the use is and tell you at the get-go, are you doing it right? But from the folks that are pushing neighborhood compatibility and are concerned about all that, okay, some of them want to have an appeal. And that's the difference between a zoning clearance and an LUP. With a zoning clearance, you're not going to have an appeal. With a LUP, you'll have a director's determination, and then somebody can appeal it. You know, we've had arguments. I've had them with county council. I think I won. I think you guys gave up. That you can condition LUPs, but we know you can't condition in the same way you can a CUP. And with a CUP, you have different standards of approval. You know, the infamous finding 2.1.5, which is basically neighborhood compatibility. So that's something you have to face up, and you guys have kind of split the baby. You've said on some things it's zoning clearance, and on other things it's LUP, where there'll be a right to appeal. And I think that's wise, and that'll probably, you're in total agreement with We Watch, for example, whether you know it or not. And I think that's really good you've done it that way. But on the farm stays, you talk about existing principal dwelling. It can be cited there, or conversion of existing permitted building or structure. That's where the Gaviota ordinance ended, okay? Right, Ms. Petrovich, you know this. Must know it by heart, okay? And what we talked about in workshops ad nauseum was different kinds of things. Like, what if you build 6 new cabins? What if you do that? Because, you know, sometimes building new, it's easier to get your building code approval and build something proper than converting an old building. And so I don't see a reference here to any other kinds of farm stays other than an existing principal dwelling or conversion of permitted structures that would include, I guess, things like bunkhouses that are already dwellings or even barns. But what about new buildings and park mod trailers, which we had talked about back in the day, just 2 years ago, as being something that is inspected and at the factory by HUD, and those kinds of things could count as farm stays.
So just to clarify, Commissioner Park and through the chair, so all of those provisions are in the draft ordinance under the different permit levels. The discussion here was just as presented in the draft ordinance, the zoning clearance level was written as only allowing it with a zoning clearance if all of the farm stay is accommodated in the principal dwelling. And so the conversation was to expand that zoning clearance to also allow it if you were converting. That's the only difference we're showing here. That all of the other draft provisions for allowing the farm stay accommodations to be accommodated in cottages or park trailers, those are in the ordinance in the other permit levels.
That's kind of why I figured that these are recommendations by AAC on certain things, but this is not a restatement of the entire
Correct.
ordinance.
It's not replacing the draft language. It was just a very specific point of clarification and recommendation.
Related is the, and I can't tell whether you're suggesting a requirement here of there has to be a principal dwelling on the ranch in order to have farm stays or not. I personally don't favor that because I think a lot of folks have ranches and farms where they don't live on them. In fact, that was the customary way you did things in Europe a million years ago. And even the Chamberlain Ranch, Mary, does anybody live there? I mean, Fred does, right? But you know, he's in his waning years, and I don't know what happens after he and his wife vacate. Will you live there? Will Russell, or maybe you'll live somewhere else, and you'll want to have farm stays, but you won't necessarily have a principal residence there. So I think maybe we're tying our hands to have that principal residence requirement. And I don't know where AAC stands on that, or maybe you haven't even talked about it. I don't know. Another thing, you've made a reference to limiting the length of stay to 14 consecutive days instead of 30 for the campgrounds and also farm stays. I fully support you in that. That is completely consistent with what you're allowed for duration of campground at state parks, most county parks, I think all county parks, and Forest Service campgrounds. With 30 days, you're going to be pushing up to people that are going to claim they have the right to squat and live there forever and fight with you and demand that you do an unlawful detainer action and things like that. And there's just no reason somebody needs to camp somewhere for more than 14 days. The 14 days is a limit that works. It's worked for a long time. Let's stick with it.
Commissioner Park, to the chair, can I ask a question? Since on that very bullet, it says 14-day maximum stay per year. Does that mean 14 days out of 365 days they can do it? That's the max in this? Was that staff's intent?
Well, I think that's a good question. Yeah, I guess I didn't read it that way. I thought it was consecutive days and that they could come back the next month or the next month or the next month. But I don't know.
Commissioner Bridley and Commissioner Park through the chair, it's a good point for clarification because even after we amended this section that's up on the screen here because that's how it was written in the farm stay. It would just reference the consecutive days. We were talking with Santa Cruz County about they're pursuing a low impact or camping ordinance, and they're also looking at 14 days, but they're also added a 28 days maximum per year. So there's a consecutive stay, and they're adding sort of a year component to it. I think staff took liberty on the other slide where we said 14 days per year, and so it was just there wasn't any clear intent, but certainly that's something that the commission can weigh in and decide how to characterize if you want also an annual limit.
Okay.
If you were trying to be consistent with public agencies, you'd treat it as 14 consecutive days, and you wouldn't say it's 14 cumulative in a year. I don't know if the Forest Service, state parks, county parks, anybody who does that. I don't know why you would want it. I mean, I think we're trying to be practical with this ordinance and make sure everything is in there for a reason. I know that's not the way we always do ordinances, but that's the way we want to do it this time. So there you are. Okay, well, Commissioner Martinez, I've gone through my initial reaction to the things I see here. I think it's a major step forward. I really, again, appreciate that. You didn't have a lot of time to work with, but you made this go from A to like T, and now we just got to get to Z. So thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes, thank you. Hey, first, I'd like to commend and thank the Ag Advisory Committee and staff that looks like they've made great progress in addressing a number of issues that
Nice.
Oh my
Sorry
God.
about that.
Is that right?
Yeah, that was a little embarrassing. Oh, there's a, yeah, thank you. Hello. Another wash
Your
card.
glasses are on the
Shall
floor
we
back
take
there.
a quick?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Just a little comic relief. Come on, we had the clock off the wall. We have the commissioner falling off her chair.
I'm not
Let's
usually
go.
I'm not usually that impactful. We're okay. Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't loud like me.
No, but well,
You guys.
yeah, but I wanted to thank you for your contributions into several issues that emerged very early on the basis of public comment and things as potential sticking points and roadblocks to coming up with a workable, beneficial ordinance for everyone. And I actually had a few more comments, but I don't have much left after my friend Commissioner Park has concluded. But I'll begin. I do have a couple of questions, more or less definitions around camping, campgrounds, campsites. Now just look at page 4, low impact camping option. You talk about sites. Now the layperson, and I too, would describe a campsite as a little piece of ground that I rent where I put my tent. We're in agreement on that. Okay. Now, for the low impact camping option, what do you have a term for a number of contiguous campsites together? Is that called
Campground.
would it be a low impact campground? I just would like to avoid confusion with campgrounds, which are treated differently. Could we just make sure that we're consistent in always calling it a low impact campground? Not a nit, but I think to me it makes sense.
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, all good points. So in general, for this discussion, campgrounds in the ordinance, they have proposals like an envelope allowance, like 1 acre or 2 acre, where all of the allowed campsites in that singular campground would be located. The low impact is just sort of a new small category. So in that same context, presumably if the commission wants to pursue this kind of category of low impact camping in whatever number of sites, there also probably should be some discussion of, well, what's the concept of having them contiguous, has benefits in terms of lower impact, less fragmentation with ag and other siting. And so at least currently the other campground allowances all have sort of a contiguous envelope where those sites would be located. So that could be a concept that you would want to also include for low
So
impact.
then when you're talking about various properties and numbers of sites, like over 320 acres up to 30 sites, the assumption is they're going to be a single unit. Instead of not 10 sites here, 10 sites there.
That's the initial recommendation in the ordinance, the draft ordinance, that you would have one campground envelope. There has been some discussion to allow maybe for larger premises, and I think that was one of the footnotes that came out of the AAC, is that if you have a larger premises, maybe, whatever the permit level, you're still looking, for like a 20 campsite, but you want to have maybe 2 campground envelopes on different parts of the property.
Yeah, which brings me exactly to my next point on page 6, because you talk about more than one camping envelope, which would be a unit of area that accommodates a campsite. And more than one envelope, you say, on properties over 1,000 acres, perhaps that could accommodate. Commissioner Parks' comment, what do you do with really large properties that have the potential to accommodate, more than just your basic 9 or 30 units that you could on a much smaller property? So, because I think his question about, what happens on a very large ranch like 38,000 acres, I wouldn't think they should really be limited to the same number of campsites that a property of 320 acres would. So, just a question.
Yeah, Commissioner Reed, through the chair. So in the draft ordinance and in the project description, the maximum number, at least proposed in the project description, is 30 campsites. And presumably that would be for larger premises, wherever that lands. Certainly have discretion, to consider limiting those to a singular contiguous envelope, or if merited in larger premises, having multiple campground envelopes where those 30 could be accommodated. And just some of the principles, obviously, looking at, you probably want to consider, infrastructure to access each of those campsites, roads, wastewater, they all have sort of additive issues to look at, but certainly that would be something that the commission could consider.
All right, and then you can put me down as in favor of the increasing the persons per campsite a bit, as well as an item, consider prohibiting animals at campgrounds adjacent to row crops. I would certainly support, don't mark me down as a dog hater, but I would certainly support that one, since a little errant critter can render a very expensive crop valueless, which brings me to the, I think one of the principal reasons, well, my principal concerns is the setbacks. And I'd just like to ask the advisory committee, you are happy with this range of suggested setbacks?
Yes, that's what we discussed.
Good. I mean, because for vineyards, grazing land, setbacks can be, an inconvenience. For you, they can be vital to the viability and the marketability of your crop, because it can go from high value to zero in no time. So I appreciate your support and the efforts you've put on that. How well represented on your committee is the vineyard and grape industry?
Commissioner Reed, yeah, we had a vineyard person, a grower on our subcommittee.
So you feel you arrived at an equitable consensus?
I believe so, yes.
Good. Okay. One final question with respect to setbacks for staff. As in any other thing endeavor, there are always pieces of property and things that wind up being outliers, odd cases. I mean, the last meeting, we saw some pretty graphic examples of small or irregularly shaped properties, vineyard properties, where they showed the 1,000-foot setback, effectively rendering them unable to take advantage of this ordinance. Do these suggested setbacks help accommodate that? Or in the event you do have someone with such a property, do they have some method of appealing it or coming up with some accommodation so they can take advantage of this, given the fact they're not adjacent to row crops? What happens in a case like that? What avenue could they proceed on so that they might have the potential of taking advantage of all the work and hope that people have put into this?
Commissioner Reed, through the chair, typically those type of standards, you would only be able to modify those through if there was a discretionary permit associated with those, so probably not through a zoning if the zoning clearance was the permit level for one of these uses, but if it was a discretionary permit, you have more flexibility and discretion to modify some of the standards that may apply to that
So they would-
site-by-site basis.
Okay, so be a more rigorous pathway. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mr. Cooney, I don't know if you had any.
You know, what is the old saying? You don't want to see hot dogs made.
Sausage
You
getting
just
made.
want to eat them when they're all done. And I'm at the stage where I don't have violent objections about any of the suggestions made, and I really appreciate looking for the input from our Ag Advisory Committee. And I remember several other occasions over the years where we've turned to that committee and to individuals on the committee for advice. It's always been productive. So maybe I'm just not certain of the little things that might be a difference, and I'm worried that it would take a lot of time on all of our parts to get there. You know, the ideas are all moving in the right direction, but is there going to be a point at which we suddenly take a vote on one of these campground issues? All of the properties that we're talking about are not equal. They're all different. They present every kind of situation, which in the extreme on one side is the subject of the comments by WeWatch, which I think are very valuable. So I was concerned about this the last time we met and talked about this ordinance, and I'm concerned now that we could go on throughout this entire year talking about these things, and maybe we just have to vote and put the ordinance into effect and then amend as we experience.
Yeah. So so simplistically, I agree that the 6 per site, the 6 campers should be increased. I think that's too few people. Concurring with Commissioner Park and Commissioner Reed, and then if whatever we bring back next, if we can have some definitions for these things, that will probably finish the discussion. You know, so the clarity in terms of how we're measuring. What is low impact campground versus low impact camping versus campground versus semi-permanent structure, that might help us all get a handle on it. I think it's really moving in the best direction, and I am guessing that there are people in the community who maybe have ag parcels that want to do some of this stuff, but that might be concerned about these distances of the setbacks. But we have our experts right here telling us that that's what you've concluded, so I'm fine with that. And I also think that it should be more than 14 days per year on the campgrounds. So other than that, I don't have anything helpful to add to this. It'll be very interesting to see when. I'm not sure what the process is. Do you want to go back and actually work it into ordinance revision language with some red lines and definition stuff, and then that might actually be our final call? Wow, I actually said that. How bold.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I mean, I think that's our goal. I mean, because you're right. I mean, there's so many. You start pulling on something, and it opens a discussion. We barely scratched the surface on some of these other uses, and so that's kind of the challenge, you know. And you're aware of it, and I think we're aware of it too. Is that we need to move it forward, but there's important things to discuss, and how can we do that? I think this was a great first step in taking a piece of that and kind of coming to a recommendation. And I think there's some consensus and points, and then others where you want more information. And so I think as we go through these, that's what we're seeking for. At least there's some general consensus that when we staff come back with final collective kind of revisions, we've got enough direction to do that. And so when, how best that gets conveyed, through your discussions to us, and then when to move on to other things, or if there's just come back at the very end with some clear definitions, that's helpful too. We don't have to work them out here. So I think we're looking for you also to provide what you think the best way to move through this, because there's a lot of moving pieces. And if the commission thinks that, yeah, we've kind of done the bumper bowling to a point and then move on to the continuing other issues, that will be helpful for us to know as well.
Okay. One other thing that it wasn't part of today, but I had a chance to do 2 site visits to wineries, and the argument that I heard, and I think I brought it up last time, was if there's someone who has a winery permit for a tasting room and they want to do some of these things, but they already have been vetted, the site has been vetted for fire department access, environmental health, because they have a tasting room permit or some kind of a thing, focused on that facility. Can you figure out any way to make those cases have a slightly simpler version to do? Guess I'm thinking of events, whether it's, weddings or farm to table things, because they already have a tasting permit. Do you know what I mean? Am I making myself clear?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So as far as events at wineries, those are addressed separately in the winery section.
Oh, that's right.
And so our AEO ordinance events are not addressing the events and allowances that may be permitted through that section of the ordinance. But you're correct that many of the wineries have infrastructure development, parking lots that may be suitable to accommodate a lot of these uses, and compared to brownfield land where you're starting from scratch. And so we've heard interest to pursue a farm stay at some wineries where they may either want to convert an existing building or add a couple of additional cottages or structures. And so they probably have the wastewater, they may have a community water system, so they may have a lot of those things already addressed. So it may be a more straightforward process for some of those developed sites.
But for the purpose of moving this ahead, we're just keeping the winery ordinance not touched and moving ahead with this, and therefore a winery might have to actually touch both programs to be able to do that in the future. I mean, it's not even part of.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Commissioner
I
Bradley.
don't want to go off topic here. I just don't want to forget about it.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, I think the events are probably the one area that's unique enough to the wineries that we're not touching that. But if they want to take advantage of a farm stay or some of these other uses at a winery on Ag 2 property, they would be eligible to do that. And then obviously for the incidental food, they'd be able to take advantage of that at the winery tasting room, or in conjunction with some other AEO use that they may want to pursue.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, commissioners, for those comments right now. Before I even make my comments, I know we have 2 people in the public.
I still have things I'd like to add.
Correct. I just figured
I don't wanna be
get
cut
the
off.
people. No, I'm not going to cut off anybody. I just wanted to get the people that were in the public. There's only 2 of them on there, and this is a detailed discussion. So I'm wondering if we can just get those 2 people to hear from them while we still got everybody here and their attention. Mr. Villalobos, is it possible? We got Jesse and Smith and Susan Petra as well. She's here.
And Mr. Chair, just as a reminder, we do have 7 people online. 2 with their hands currently raised.
Well, let's hear from them right now. Let's just get that out, get them in and out. I'm not cutting off the commissioners, but at least we can hear what they're saying, and that may add to what the commissioners have to say.
All right, would you like to start with online?
With Jessie Smith, is she online?
Yes.
Yes, there has been a request for her.
Okay. So we will start with Jesse Smith, to be followed by
Who else is online? By the person online then?
There are 6 other people.
Well, then who's the one right after that on your screen there?
To be followed by Teddy Kabugos.
Okay, by Teddy Kabugos. Then we'll just go online from what you have on the screen. And I remind everyone that public speaking, this process has been going on for some time, so the limit of this time is 3 minutes, and I'm going to be pretty strict on it. Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Hi, thank you so much for having me speak today. My name is Jessie Smith. I work for Vega Vineyard and Farm. Sorry, I work for Vega Vineyard and Farm, and I have kind of a unique position here. I am a server and work in the tasting room, but I'm also a floor manager in the tasting room, and I do bookkeeping as well. So because of that, I'm able to see all aspects of the business. And I want to start by saying how proud I am to work here simply because of the customer response. I've been in hospitality for 20 years, and I've never worked at a place where people are this involved, this excited about what we're doing. It's the talk of the valley for sure. And it's definitely about the food and wine. Like the pairing is so different. Our property is so different, and it brings a unique experience to the valley. People ask questions all the time about the fact that our food that we serve is sourced from here. It's picked daily. It's served in our kitchen. You can literally walk by and see it. The wine that we have is clearly from our vineyard. So what they're drinking, what they're eating is coming from this property. The farmers are all around them. They get to see that, and to see, the locals so invested and so excited about, just eating and drinking is amazing on its own. And then just in terms of staff, I worked for Jimmy for 18 years at this point, and I've seen him do some pretty amazing things for his team members. But just since I've been here, there's a single mom who's never been able to afford a car, never been able to afford her own apartment. She has 2 little girls, and she's been able to get a 2-bedroom apartment that she can pay for on her own. She's gotten a car. She's legitimately changed her life. We have a farmer here who has worked minimum wage and been in a 1-bedroom house with his 3 children and his wife his entire life, and has been able to rent a home and really learn new things about farming, about all of the agriculture around here, and is excited about learning and growing. And that's just 2 stories of our, I think Mosby, which was the property here before there was food, it was a winery with, I think 40 years or so. They had 2 employees. 2. We have 48 employees who are all doing great, working full-time positions, and really making life-changing money and opportunity from being here. But being on the management side as well, I'm able to see how much overhead there is and how really little profit there is. Like, I don't think that it's sustainable where we're at right now for quite a few reasons. One, the commercial kitchen is so necessary for what we're trying to do. We have a host kitchen now, which is small. We have like a flat top, and we're not able to get out the quantity of food or at the speed that we want, to really continue to develop and be able to give our employees and our customers what they deserve. And, in that same line, they're just, wineries don't make a whole lot of money. In order for this to really
Ms. Smith, I'm gonna have to cut you off right there.
sorry.
I let you kind of spill over on that one, but
Sorry about that.
that's no problem. We appreciate your time and your commitment to giving us your time and hearing your thoughts. Thank you. So
Thank you very much.
we're on to our next person, which is
Our next speaker will be Teddy Kabugos, to be followed by Zach Russell.
Mr. Kabugos.
Hi. Thank
Afternoon.
you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, first off, that was a great comment from Jesse. The previous caller couldn't say it any better. Anyway, thank you guys, members of the Planning Commission, for allowing me to speak today. Hope you guys are all having a great start to the new year. My name is Teddy Kabugos, and I'm the president, one of the owners of Sunstone Winery. Also a very passionate advocate for the future of agriculture here in Santa Barbara County. I think, as we all know, local farmers and ag property owners are facing some pretty challenging times. Not only the high cost of land and labor, but so many other variables has gone into making it pretty difficult for a lot of them to remain profitable. And with these new potential ordinance changes, what you guys come up with and ultimately decide on will play a pivotal role of what shapes the future landscape of Santa Barbara County agriculture. I think we really need to ask ourselves this question. What will the landscape of Santa Barbara County agriculture look like 10 to 20 years from now? Will we see the properties passed down to local children and grandchildren like generations before us with thriving businesses, ones that have kept up with the changing times because they were allowed to create new experiences for their guests and visitors? Or do we adopt nothing new or usable and let the cards fall where they may? I have a huge concern that if we continue to do nothing, local ag properties will continue to go up for sale and will go to wealthy out-of-town home buyers, property buyers that will probably not have the same commitment to preserving our agriculture heritage as we all do. And that is why I'm in strong support of adopting new ordinances to allow multiple uses on agricultural properties, whether that's more events, overnight stays, food service, especially for people that are already set up to do so. We've got to create new revenue streams to help local property owners not only stay afloat, but more importantly, keep their land. Think about the job opportunities that immediately opens up, especially for young people here, the tax revenue that it would bring into our community. You know, young people aren't lining up to do the same old wine tasting anymore. Younger generations need new experiences, and we have the ability to provide that on a world-class level if given the opportunity. So again, my question to everyone, where do you see Santa Barbara in agriculture in 10 years from now? I hope to see it as a thriving industry, continue to be an agriculture pioneer, adapting to the changing times, and continuing to welcome guests from all over the world to come experience all the beauty of it. However, time is of the essence to get something done. We've been at this for a very long time, and so let's not let it get lost forever. And last but not least, 1,000-foot setbacks do not work. It would basically wipe out this whole thing. Very few properties would be able to move forward with a project. There's no reason to go past the 50-foot buffer that has been established for decades. Thank you guys so much again for your time, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Cabugo. Next, Mr. Villalobos.
Mr. Self would be next, to be followed by Susan Maloney.
Maloney?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. I'd like to just support what the previous two
Could you please
speakers
just
have said
identify?
about.
I'm sorry. Could you please first?
Oh, sorry.
It's my
my
fault
name
for
is-
not telling you all. You need to identify yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Zach Russell. I'm the general manager and managing partner of La Patera Ranch in Goleta. We celebrated our 150th anniversary of family ownership in 2022. I just wanted to support what the previous two speakers had said about the challenging times with ag in Santa Barbara County. I think that just going to the details of the discussion today, the setbacks proposed, I think, might be a bit too high specifically for orchards. I don't want to speak for the other crops that I'm not involved with, but just for orchards, because we grow lemons and avocados and everyone around us does the same thing. I think 500 feet is a little bit too big of a distance. I wanted to support what one of the commissioners said, who made the comment that every single property is so different and they're all going to have their own topography and situation. And I would encourage the county to move fast to adopt this ordinance and maybe make changes as you experience what the issues are. So yeah, I guess I wanted to support this ordinance. I think it's a great thing. Farmers are undergoing a lot of pressures right now with declining markets. I think those setbacks might be a bit too on the restrictive side, and I think you should move fast in passing this so we can gain experience and see what works and what doesn't. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Next is Ms. Maloney.
Yeah, Ms. Maloney.
Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. If you could just identify yourself, and thank you.
This is Susan Bellany from Solvang. I appreciate the motivation behind this ordinance to help local and family farmers with their uncertain or inadequate income, but I think the public needs to know more facts and proof based on actual experience. Where's some data from ag zone land in other California counties who have had agritourism for many years that would help prove to us an ordinance of this kind will actually preserve agriculture instead of chip away at it? Wouldn't it make more sense to save agriculture by helping farmers produce food that's more adaptable to the effects of global warming, for example? What in this ordinance would prevent a company from buying our ag land and subordinating the land's agricultural production to hospitality activities? How can you monitor the income from a property's ag use versus its ag enterprise income to make sure the visitor use is subordinate to the ag use? Remember when the cannabis ordinance was going to help our local small farmers, but right away a non-local company was advertising the world's largest outdoor cannabis grow on their website? I think it's critical to remember that the San Ynez Valley has a county community plan with the overarching goal of preserving our rural character. The reason we have a rural character is because within the community plan are 2/3 of all the Ag 1 zone land in the entire county, plus our Ag 2 land. People in the valley tend to live on their Ag 1 and 2 land, unlike in the North County where the property owners don't usually live on their food crop fields. We don't have acres of hoops along 154, Alamo Pintado, or 246 because the community plan has a design overlay along those roads to keep the scenic views of our rural character. I wanted to bring up the Valley's community plan because I don't know how familiar all the different districts are with it. And lastly, I wanted to bring up some local tourist numbers for the same reason. For the past 10 years, the city of Solvang has said our town of 6,000 people gets 1.5 million visitors a year. That's over 4,000 visits per day in Solvang, and those numbers were reported not to overlap with the casino visitors. Wikipedia says in 2006, the Chumash Casino estimated that there were 2,895,000 visitors to the casino, and they've estimated the casino brings in some 6,000 patrons per day. Before the pandemic, the Vintners Association said they had 2 million visits per year to the valley, so that's 5,700 visits per day. This means our valley gets at least 10,000 visitors a day, already impacting our roads, dark skies, wildlife, habitat, air, water, and thousands of residents living in the community plan next to Ag 2 properties. I think we need to understand our tourist numbers before we add more impacts in an uncertain attempt to save agriculture. So once again, please give the public some examples from somewhere that agritourism has actually saved farmers and how it was successfully accomplished before taking this ordinance further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bellamy. Next on the list.
Chair Martinez, Ms. Bellamy was the last hand raised. I just want to ask if anyone else wants to speak. Go ahead and raise your hand now. Not seeing any additional hands.
Okay, so our last public speaker would be Ms. Petrovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Susan Petrovich, and I've already submitted this proposal in writing, but I thought since we're talking about some very important issues, I should raise these. First is the point that we are relying on words such as incidental, subordinate, secondary, accessory, intermittent, and supplemental to address exactly what Ms. Bellamy was concerned about, and that is that usually wealthy people, and this has happened throughout the vineyard days and before that, they come in and use the ordinance as a basis for having illegal events. And the fear, of course, is that this ordinance could open that kind of door in terms of camping and have the ag become secondary to these commercial enterprises. So I propose language that all non-agricultural activities that confine the activities to a certain limited land area, like a campsite or an event site, be limited in size to no more than 0.5% of the total agricultural premises. So that would mean a 100-acre ranch would be limited to a ½ acre, and so on. It's just a suggestion, but it wouldn't apply, of course, to things like educational tours and horseback riding, that kind of thing that isn't confined to a certain area. But I think that might be a good way to approach avoiding this issue altogether in the future. And then in terms of the setback, and I hate to keep raising the setback, but I believe that we should consider adding to the setback, having a requirement at the property line that there would be a well-maintained barbed wire or no-climb fence located at all times and maintained along the portion of the shared property line that is no less than 100 feet in each direction from its closest proximity to the campground. So that would be the mandatory fence line. And in addition, the mandatory fence line would be posted obviously on the campsite side with no trespassing, no dogs signs every 50 feet along the fencing. That way, it will just provide some further discouragement from people and their dogs getting into the food crop areas. And it's a legitimate concern. And frankly, the whole concept has a certain concern that I think we have to address. And that is that setbacks really are for the protection of the public, both because of spraying that may be occurring on the neighboring property, or if they wander across the fence, they may find themselves face to face with a very aggressive bull or a cow trying to protect her calf, or other things like that. And then of course there's the food safety issue, which is huge. So
In all fairness, thank you, Ms. Petrovich. Thank you. So that concludes the public comment. I don't see anyone else out in public or anybody submit a slip. So my suggestion is this: as obviously the commissioners have had one round of giving their comments in regards to things, but I would ask the commissioners if we could just give staff direction, because I do like what was just said by staff. Is this is taking a step of a piece of this ordinance, and to give direction that can be fruitful for having the efforts and the energy utilized in other words, all ships sailing in the same direction to accomplish the task of hearing what you're hearing. Because in my opinion, I guess this is my comments is that sometimes when you're working so energetically about something, and it's like reading something 10 times and you don't see the punctuation errors, you don't see the capitalization problems, but then somebody reads it and gives it back to you and says, here it is, and you say, oh, thank you. And it's not a negative impact, but I think it's what we're trying to do is just refine what was been done here, give some ideas of what we'd like to see, and actually using this step to give the standardization of how the next step should be taken. You're seeing definitions, you're seeing requests as to where the measurements begin, that kind of stuff, and that's in it. But yeah, I just don't want this to be us pulling that loose thread and keep on pulling it and unraveling what we've already woven together. So I would just ask the commissioners to direct that, and so we can give the staff and the Ag Advisory some direction. And again, I want to appreciate the efforts and even being here in person. That matters. That matters to me. Commissioner Park, I know you're up to go.
Okay. I agree. It's time for making some comments on other things to consider and directions to go. But I'm mindful of what the AAC folks have told us, that they got to setbacks and camping and so forth, weren't able to get to events and other things yet. I understand that. I think you made tremendous progress in a very small point in time. I'd like to point out we spent less than 2 hours on this so far today. What you folks did, I think saved us 8 hours. So good. But I want you to keep doing your job. And the job you said you would do is you would address events and perhaps some other things. I know events are going to be very important to you. So what I'd like us to do is come back for another conceptual meeting and hear from AAC once it's had a chance to do its job, and also to take some of the things they heard today and incorporating them into their own suggestions they did on setbacks. I want to, and other things, I want to present 3 to you right now. One goes to the issue that Commissioner Reed spoke about, and that is, would you have a way to adjust setbacks based on particular circumstances? And I know the response from staff was, well, you could have the variance procedure. And I get that intellectually, but getting a variance is a total pain in the neck. Okay, it's expensive. It's a one-shot discretionary deal. I note that on page 4 of the presentation, there's an asterisk and a statement, LUP required if adjacent to row crops. And this was referring to low impact camping. If you had it next to a row crop, you'd get an LUP instead of a zoning clearance. So that's sort of procedure for that landowner to do something, but it's not the whole effort of getting a major CUP and all this and that. It's kind of within the scope of the ordinance. And I would suggest that we consider, if you feel the need to adjust the setbacks for a particular circumstance, and I had described one with Vega, that you do it by saying, okay, I'm going to step up my permitting level once. I go up from ZC, zoning clearance, to LUP, right? And then that gives people to comment on it and so forth. So I'm, in a sense, modifying the setback, but I'm not going through the whole variance procedure that's so difficult and that we rarely see. I haven't seen a variance application in the entire time I've been on the Planning Commission. So I'd like you to think about that. I think you'd find it useful. The other thing is that you consider some kind of system, and the county council can weigh in on whether this works, where an adjoining landowner can waive the setback. I mean, if Paul Van Leer has the ranch that you manage, and the one next door, if it's of equal size, says, you know, I really don't need a setback of X hundred feet for this, that they can waive it, right? Because we're not really, most setbacks, we're kind of protecting the whole public. But here on these large ranch and agricultural properties, you're protecting that very adjacent owner. So there ought to be some procedure for that. So I'd like you to think about it and make a recommendation, and then we can weigh in on it again. A final thing, a big point, is one reason I'm so concerned about things like the semi-permanent structures is a lot of us have worked really hard on not only the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, but the Recreation Master Plan, and that includes folks in the AAC. And we've got to keep a distinction between them. If we allow somebody to bring in 30 ADUs on wheels and plant them and call it a campground under the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, why would anybody treat getting a small country inn as an incentive under the Recreation Master Plan? And I want those incentives. I want those steps, next step ups, to motivate people to do the things that we want under the Recreation Master Plan. If we give it all away to them under the AEO, the RMP isn't going to go anywhere. And that's one particular example of that, is giving people the right to build what's essentially a small hotel by having separate ADU units brought in on wheels as a campground. So I think what we should do, Chair, is we ought to continue this matter for the AAC to continue its good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. Do you have anything to add?
First, I 100% agree with Commissioner Park with respect of inviting the continued involvement of the AAC. And I think, seems based on our prior discussion, I think we need a very clear and simple definition of what setback actually means. Does it mean space from the new use and the beginning of where the crop is growing? I can understand the property line argument. Maybe the crop's growing 100 yards from the property line. Then they decide to go all the way to the property line with the crop, which makes a problem for the campground. But most people I know in farming are pretty much to the property line already. Nonetheless, we need a workable, agreeable, simple definition of how a setback is measured. And I think there's nobody better at that than the Ag Advisory Committee. So I would restrict my comments to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney, any?
Nothing more.
And Commissioner Bradley? Okay, so I don't know. We don't need to take a roll call. We don't need to take a direction, an action item. I think from my understanding is we just need to convey what we conveyed over to staff and the Ag Committee. Am I wrong?
So, Mr. Chair, I'll let Alex or Mr. Tuttle talk after this. Two ways to approach it. You can just provide direction to staff today, and we'll re-agendize it, notice it
Yes.
whenever we're ready to come back, or we can pick a specific date that may be somewhat achievable, being that we do have AAC here and staff here. We could pick a date in the future as a target to hit, and then if it doesn't work, we can always continue it if need be.
Yeah, I personally would like to continue this, and that working with a date, they can work with you directly, since we have several people in there, and what works best, and you have our calendar in front of you. And again, I just my final comment is that I am not one that's in favor of exceptions. I'm hoping that you guys can give something more definitive, and as people work through the ordinance, you can see where there needs to be exceptions or variances in the future. And maybe in the sense, since there's so many pieces of property that can be deemed ag or not, maybe there should be a minimum acreage of even qualifying for this ordinance. I don't know if that's already in there or not. I may be speaking, but like the Williamson Act, you got to be at least a minimum. And I appreciate what's been happening here, and I like sticking to this segment of campground, campsite, and farm stay, and because it does give the standardizations and also addresses just buffer zones or offsets, whatever you want to call them. So with that, can we just, and I'm new at this, so that's why I'm asking so many questions, is can I just simply say, let's continue this matter to a date set for the future with our with Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Chair, we could. I think Mr. Tuttle had something to say.
Okay.
If we could take a 5-minute break if we want to do a date specific, so we can at least come up with a date and provide
That's
that to the
more than
Planning Commission.
acceptable. Yes, I would think so. Mr. Tuttle, did you want to say something before then?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I would just invite you, and maybe you're not prepared to do this today, but we've touched on campgrounds, farm stays, setback issues, et cetera, today. Obviously, there's a whole lot we didn't touch on today, and certainly happy to continue some conversations with the AAC on some of those issues. But if there is any other section of the ordinance that you have thoughts or comments on that don't require input from AAC to give staff direction on, we'd certainly invite or solicit that today, so that we can just kind of keep the ball moving as much as possible.
My only response to that personally is that I would caution against that, because this little part has become so. I mean, we've discussed it for over 2 hours. I think if we focus on what we have here, would give you, hopefully my ambition is that this gives like a standardization of saying, okay, this is what the commission is wanting to see, and coming back to us with us continuing this matter and coming back with more definition where we have this resolved. I mean, you can hear Commissioner Park, for one, he has a lot of questions that need a lot of responses, and especially in particular just offsets. You have Commissioner Reed does the same thing. You have Commissioner Briley as the same thing. So that would be my suggestion, commissioners.
I agree with you 100%.
That's good. Let's just keep going.
I think that when we get to the point of giving direction to staff, because this covers so many subjects, it'll be worthwhile to prepare for that, which none of us are prepared for right now as commissioners, and do it as much as possible in a really a PowerPoint form. I mean, something where you have some, instead of me just listing a bunch of things, here, do this, this, and that, I actually give you a chart, okay, of where I think we've come to, and I would be incorporating what I've heard from the AAC. So I think that'd be a more organized way to do it. And if we do it that way in the future, we'll actually advance the ball faster than if we just try to come up right now, this group, with directions to staff, which will keep us here till 7.
Any other commissioner comments? Yeah. Okay, so we can just go that direction, Mr. Riddle. Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break, and you can get a date, and then we can end this planning session with that comment. Thank you.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. Second call, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Park, we're ready to go. Third call. Okay. Oh my God, wrong hearing room. Are we in technical difficulty or can we proceed? Okay, we're fine. Okay, great. Okay. So, okay, we're back in session. So, do we have any recommended dates for continuing this matter to it?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I heard back from staff, and I think they coordinated with the Ag Advisory Committee. They're looking at February 14th.
Valentine's Day.
Yes, sir.
Well, nothing but love. Okay, so we can. I'm fine. Okay, well, that's what we're going to do then. Yes, commissioners.
So then, yeah, Chair, we'd ask for a motion from the commission to continue this item to the 14th of February.
Okay.
Move to continue it to February 14.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Can say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There we go.
You bring some strawberries? Maybe?
Yeah. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.